Welcome to Night Court, everybody. All you late night jurors, we appreciate you being here. I cannot for 1 minute believe that, number one, not only is Brandi here, but she's awake. I think everybody needs to give her a round of applause for today, because I want you guys to know that was a 10.5-hour stream that she did, just to catch up and make sure everybody was together.
Yeah.
Why, hello. Thanks for joining.
Hello.
And so I am just uber. It's not that I don't have any reason to be impressed, but that's amazing. Especially with all the changing and everything that was going on today. Yeah. And whoa, I know you're not here the whole time. And thankfully you're not here the whole time because you need to go sleep. But what a day, huh?
It has been quite a day. I am more than likely, if y'all see me like just tip over, just JT, just remove me from streaming. Y'all keep it trucking because there's no telling. I'm not going to stay too long because I've got to be. They decided that the new trial that we're following is going to be starting at 8 a.m. Eastern, which means 7 a.m. my time. After being here for 742 business days today, I get to wake up tomorrow bright and early. So, but I'm excited. You know, there are a lot worse things I could be doing. And I've worked these kinds of hours before doing things that I didn't love as much as I love this. So I'm very blessed.
Yeah.
Can't hold my eyes open, but I'm blessed. Aspiring court reporter, I'm glad you asked. So when JT says that we had quite a day today, it has been quite a day today. And JT is going to give you an update in just a minute on our case that we covered here on Night Court with the cold case babysitter trial. But today we have an update on that. But what we followed during my stream today, like the day court thing, we did the closing remarks or closing arguments for Richard Merritt. The jury, they sent it to deliberations. The jury deliberated for 59 minutes and 36 seconds, I think, and then came back with a verdict. And so our verdict watch, very first daytime live stream ever. And not only did the defendant take the stand and make a mess out of it, but also gave us some great WTF moments. So not only did that happen on the first daytime stream, but also jury was out for deliberations for only less than an hour. So that was kind of crazy. So we went back, we watched the verdict, and he was found guilty on all counts. So he is going to be serving. They went ahead and did sentencing today too, and they did a victim impact statement from his uncle. So he is serving now life in prison without the possibility of parole. So sayonara, sucker. That's what you get for sorry, not sorry. So but the new okay, so that's where we're getting on this. I'm going to lose my train of thought. My ADD medication has worn off for the day. So, folks, Brandi. So the new trial is the one that as we were wrapping that one up, the new trial started today. So we were a little bit behind. So we watched in like 1.25 speed and kept going. We would, we finished Merritt and then we started this one and then we'd go back and we finished. We ended up finishing it. So we got everything. Oh yes. Plus 5 years. Plus the 30 years he had from before for the financial crimes. So he ain't going nowhere. So the new trial is the trial of former NFL player Travis Randolph. He also played. Hi, Lucy. Not you. Sit down. No, sit down. You're fine.
Sit down, Lucy.
She raised her little head when I said her name. She was like, so Travis Randolph, he played for FSU in college, and then he was drafted in the NFL. He played for the Giants, and then he played for the Dolphins. He ended up getting hurt. I think it was his Achilles, if I'm not mistaken. I could be wrong. But he ended up getting hurt and was no longer playing. Well, he has this peach of a girlfriend, or had a peach of a girlfriend. She's, that's sarcasm. She's not a peach at all. She's like a rotten lemon. So she caused a big ruckus and called her brother to come shoot him up. And now he's on trial. Today was insane. Like somebody had said in chat, the entire trial today was a WTF moment, the whole thing. And tomorrow morning, this girl, the rotten lemon girl, she is taking the stand tomorrow morning for cross-examination. Her stuff got spicy today. She was already pissed off today with the state, and they're the ones who called her as a witness. So she's argued with the judge. She rolled her eyes. It was crazy. So she starts on the stand tomorrow. So it's Travis Randolph is the trial. And I will. Today was a wild one because we were going back and forth at it.
We're still working out the whole like balance, what works, what doesn't work thing. And so yes.
Yeah. I'm not good with balance. Sometimes you'll see. But yeah, so tomorrow morning it starts 8 a.m. Eastern, and it's going to be first going into cross-examination with the rotten lemon girl. And I am so excited because it got wild today. She is. She's such a push. She's awful. And this is the yes, that's right, Kelly Belly. This is the I don't know. I lost it. It's the something.
Well, there's a couple of housekeeping things if you want a second to think about it. If you weren't in today, but you're here for Night Court, I'm so glad that you're here. We have a couple of new for those members. We have a couple new emojis. There is the Kleenex box. There is juror emergency bangs. There's duck lips, which is basically me on a duck. There is
my
hands
favorite.
on fire. There is a WTF now, and then there is a Lucy. There's a Lucy emoji as well. And so if you remember, you've got access to those. So that's awesome. Are you? You mean in terms of what we're covering? Oh, please. We can make sure that we clarify. You just let us know. And so that's one thing. The second thing is we want to go over the first in chat, second in chat, third in chat. So let's do that right now, shall we?
Let's.
First in chat is, well, you can kind of see it. How about I move us over? First in chat is 80s Music Man. Thank you. That's 2 days in a row.
Welcome.
I think that's 2 days in a row.
You should get an extra one because we didn't even have to change the graphic. But then if we gave you an extra one, then we would have to change the graphic. Then that would defeat the whole purpose of you getting an extra one for us not having to change the graphic. So congrats on 2 days in a row.
Well done. Okay. All right. We'll talk day court, night court, and then I think Brandi, you got a handle on RA too, right?
Yes.
I think I do too. So okay, number 2. Shadow Star 7, thanks for being here, and thanks for being early to the tailgate. More adult beverages for you, and also a 70s comfortable stool. That is for you, and you can take that home. And then third in chat is City Kitty. I love this. I just like how the name comes out. City Kitty 865, and so thanks for being here. Third. Congratulations, you get yourself a beanbag chair complete with complimentary plastic cover, and you can hang on to that until tomorrow. So that's for you. Thank you 3 for being in chat early. We really appreciate it. I mean, we can't do this without you guys and our mods, but you guys for sure. And so, yep, we appreciate you being here and being so early. Best way to support us, of course, is always to hit that like button. Also share. Subscribe's great. You don't have to be a member to participate. We click on every person's. We click on every person's comments. Also, you can do !gift. Gift? Do I have that right? Let me make sure. Yes, !gift. And that will pop up the instructions for how to be able to accept gifts. You can also, if you're a member, do !seat, and you will be able to pull up your lovely juror seat to the front row.
Woohoo!
Also, if nobody saw, Brandi already had one. She beat me to it, which is fine. But Brandi and I now both have PO boxes. Speaking of which, thank you very much. So Brandi has a PO box. I have just a don't write PO box. Don't write PO in front of the box for me. It is not at the post office. It is somewhere else. However, if you write PO box, they will send it to the post office and it will not go to the right place. So don't put PO in front of box. But if you have the urge to send mail or anything at all, we now both have PO boxes. Or boxes. Mail. We have places for mail. So, and I think Brandi, you actually got something in the mail today, didn't you?
I'm glad you brought that up because I'm not going to use the word that I used when I texted JT because we keep it PG-13 in here. But I was like, this is effing amazing. Y'all take a second and prepare yourselves. I want you to see what I got. Is Lisa Dempsey in here? I hope she is. Y'all, I've texted pictures of this thing to 3 different people using all the cursey words. Like, I could not have designed this better if I had done it myself.
I'm going to pull myself out so that.
Chart lady, cult leader. And it's all bedazzled and it's the beach. How freaking amazing is that? Chart lady, cult leader. Look at how cool the letters look. And the whole thing is like beach bedazzle. It gets better. Oh, Lisa's here. I am obsessed with this. I'm already drinking out of it. I am obsessed with this thing. I've texted this to everybody. I would love it so much just with the beach stuff. But the fact that it says this and like it's so well done. Like it's like, look how little where it says cult leader, look how little it is, but you can still see every single bit of it exactly. And I got this keychain that matches it. It has the same bedazzle stuff with the mermaid tail because I live at the beach. And then on the back of it has my name. How amazing. I had already put it on my keys, but then I took it off so that I could show y'all because y'all aren't trying to like look at my mailbox numbers and stuff. How stinking amazing is this? So this literally made my whole entire week. I am so obsessed with it. I love it so much. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. I've literally said all the cussy words like, oh my gosh, this is effing perfect.
If there was ever a design that fully and completely defined you,
yes,
that was it. Now, listen, Lisa, if you have some store or something that you do these on.
She does.
Oh, you do?
Hold on.
Okay. Can you put that in the chat?
Yep.
Brandi. Okay, put that in the chat. So if you like that, definitely look Lisa up. Brandy's gonna put it in the chat, and then if our mods could just kind of like copy that and paste it maybe in our server, that would be good. So I can save it for a little bit later. Oh wait, hold on. Let me.
Am I being still enough?
Lisa's delayed designs. You know what? If you can just tap it in chat, we will get that. So
I'm gonna tweet it.
I look forward to that.
I'm gonna tweet it and everything too. I'm gonna tweet it and Facebook it and all that. Oh, speaking of Twitter and Facebooker, not Twitter. That's what I called it the very first time I did it on an interview with Fitz News, and I was wrong. And I was like, oh, not Twitter, it's Twitter. Anyway, long day. Speaking of that, our 13th Juror Live Twitter is, we have not been using it lately, but now it's being used again. It is up and going, and
Yes.
and like way better than I was able to do it before. Yeah, see, you're on top of me, like so much faster than I can even do it. I can't even get a thought out before you're already like on it. You're so good. Thank goodness, because my brain has shut down for the day. But so on the social media stuff for the 13th Juror, all the stuff is being like regularly updated now and everything. It's amazing.
Yes, and
I haven't had any.
I gotta be me.
The mind's just gone.
And I want to thank Cajun, who's
amazing,
Cajun, who's also here, and then Cajun and Holly or Polly. Jeez Louise, Polly Prissy Pants. Those two are working tandem to work socials, and I really appreciate.
I mean,
I really
phenomenal.
appreciate y'all doing that.
Phenomenal. I got off the stream today, and I was looking, and I was like, oh my gosh, these are like all updates. Like I would be like retweeting even if it wasn't like the 13th Juror stuff. Like just doing such a great job, such a great job. We appreciate it so much.
Hi, everybody. Okay, so there were some questions about what we're covering. So in the morning time, we finished up Merritt. Now we're moving on to, name.
Travis Randolph.
Thank you, Travis Randolph.
Rudolph.
Ah, yes, Rudolph. Red-nosed reindeer. That's all I remember it. Travis Rudolph. I'll never forget it now. And then, and at night we're doing Jodi Arias, and then RA. I think this morning covered the Landry Petito civil case.
Yeah,
and that resulted in the judge releasing, or what is the word?
Unsealing.
Yes, thank you. Just allowing. They're allowing the burn after reading letter from Roberta Laundrie to be allowed in court, and so that's quite a victory for Petito's for the lawyer and the Petito family. So we're interested to see where this goes. I think RA's following it pretty good, so his coverage is great, and you can always go there as well. See, Armand's already dropped that link to RA, so you can go there, hit subscribe, and then you can always check it out again.
There you go. We can't get our words together, but look at Law Nerd Amber on top of things. The judge denied the protective order over the letter. Thank you. We would be lost without y'all. We really would.
And so that was happening today. And then also Joseph Zeller, doesn't matter. He's going to jail. They started the sentencing, and his lawyers brought on a neurologist who testified that he has Parkinson's.
No, he's got an attitude problem. That's what he's got.
I've had a conversation with another mod of ours, Shireen, who just wonderfully put up the full name of Lisa's designs.
Yes. Amazing.
And she was telling me, I mean, Shireen is a nurse and she works with patients in this area. And she said, there's no, she's not sure where this is coming from. But their goal was to say, he has this, he's going to die soon, so don't give him the death penalty. That's what they were going for. So in Florida, only 8 out of 12 jurors need to recommend the death penalty. Ultimately, it's a recommendation, and the final decision is with the judge. I don't think the judge likes him very much. Just tossing that out there.
Yeah.
I don't think he's a fan. So we'll see what happens. We'll see what happens. So that happened today as well. Now, was there anything else that you and I had in terms of what we wanted to cover?
The map. Oh, the map is so cool.
I don't remember if I uploaded the map to my drive.
Oh,
sad is that?
I think I have it in my Twitter. Let me see. Oh my gosh,
yeah, that's
y'all.
right. It's on Twitter.
The map is so cool.
I put together a map today with everything from where everybody's been. Sorry, that made no sense. With dots where everybody's watching from. Here it is. Okay, here it is. Here it is.
So cool.
And I think this turned out pretty nice. So I can't believe, Laura, it's Zeeler, our favorite chicklet, with his tooth. However, I will say this: I saw a picture of him today, and he definitely, I'm confused. He was either hiding his teeth or he decided to, yeah,
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
He had a whole new grill.
Don't know.
Whole new
He
grill.
had a whole new grill. So, woof. I need a new grill. Speaking of which, it doesn't matter. So the map, the map. Every single dot is where you wonderful folks have watched since we started, and we're just blown away by this because it extends everywhere. From obviously, you see the U.S., Puerto Rico. There is Brazil. There's South Africa, Australia, New Zealand, Philippines. I think there's Algeria. There's I can't remember the city, but there's in India, Poland. I mean, you guys are everywhere, and this is so awesome to us. This just blows us away. We really, truly appreciate it.
So cool. So
yes.
cool.
And we do have another cool announcement as well, and that is that we've been working to connect with Kirk Numi, right? Am I saying it right?
I thought it was Nurmi.
Nurmi?
I could be wrong.
Sorry. Kirk, he's not going to come on now. Kirk Nurmi.
I read the books, but I didn't watch any of this.
Maybe
stuff
that'll
with
make
his
up
name.
for it.
Okay.
But we're working with him to come on to the show. And he was the defense attorney for Jodi Arias. And so I'm very excited. Thank you, Shadows. Everybody's typing in Nurmi. The problem is the R blends in with the M, and my eyes are going cross-eyed. However, so I'm really excited about that. No, not the dirty map.
No.
Not the dirty map. It's a better map than that. He absolutely hated Jodi. He considered it mandatory servitude, I think he writes. So I'm really interested to see. I'm interested to get him as soon as, of course, we figure that out and set up a date. I will tell you so you can know and plan and put it in your calendar. So we're excited. We're starting to have some people on that. Brandi and I every day are just blown away. Let's just leave it at that.
We talk about it all the time too. We're in text like, can you believe this? It's like, it's cool.
Yeah,
it's cool.
It's wild.
One more quick announcement. Ask and you shall receive. We have a Trial Mamas calendar coming to a website near you. Finally, I've been telling y'all, submit your Trial Mamas, and we have the prosecutor. Her last name is Pot. I cannot remember her first name right now because my mind is gone. From the Richard Merritt trial, she's one, and Camille Vasquez, she's going on there. That's my own personal nomination because she is just brilliant and beautiful and a little powerhouse, and I loved her. So that's going to be the first two. Get your submissions in. You can still submit those through the same, like through the Trial Daddies Part 2, because I'll add these once now that we finally have somebody that submitted one, I can add mine to it too. And now we're starting our Trial Mamas calendar. So you can go to 13thjuror.live and submit your Trial Mamas and your Trial Daddies to us, and we will add those in. And I'm so excited. We are finally doing the Trial Mamas. Hi, Ivan. Ivan's lurking. Hello, Ivan lurking.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate you.
Thank you so much.
Lurk away. That the space behind the bush is comfortable, from what I hear.
Oh, that's it, Helen. That's it.
Whew.
Couldn't remember. See, even stuff like this, like where we can't remember stuff, y'all are on it and can tell us everything. We love y'all so much.
Yes. So tonight we are covering, well, let's talk about Monday. Monday, we did day one of Jodi Arias, and that was the prosecution and defense opening statements. Feel free to go back. They were pretty good. I think the prosecution did a much better job than the defense. But overall, they were great. And then we moved on to Marie Hall, who was, I think, known affectionately as Minnie, I believe. And she basically was the proof of life / proof of death witness. She was the one who discovered Travis. And then post her, right after her, was Officer Sterling Williams, who was the responding officer. And so now today we are getting into the detective Esteban Flores. He's on today. Today only had 2 witnesses as well. Esteban Flores, and then a good majority of the time is going to be the latent print examiner Heather Connor. And so we're going to be going through a lot of that specific testimony today. I expect it to be really interesting. Mimi, yes, Mimi. Thank you. Did I say Minnie? I meant Mimi. Thank you. See, keep me honest. Everybody, keep me honest. So that's what's going on today. Now, also, I am indeed going from a undisclosed website. I'm going from the same website that we did last time, but I did install, thanks to Lisa Wilmot, an extension plugin that should block the ads. We shouldn't have to see a dying liver again. So, yes. What do they? what do the puppers want? Something they can't destroy. And they're good at that. Yeah. So there's a lot. Virginia said the detective, the testimony for detective is pretty long. Had to put up with a lot of crap. We should see the video of her standing on her head. I sure hope so.
I love that one.
So we're gonna kind of get into this. I think it's a 3 hours and some change. I think because they cut out all the breaks and all the side stuff. So, here we go. We're gonna get started. Hopefully
I'm going to take off. I'm going to let y'all do this, and I'm going to catch this on the replay. But I've expired. my marathon day is ending. So I'm going to get out of this chair so that I can get some rest because I'm going to be here again tomorrow, and I've still got to get my stream set up for tomorrow and everything. So I will be lurking and listening to y'all, but I'm going to turn this part off so that I can just listen and enjoy with the rest of you. And I will chat with you a little bit as I'm laying in bed in a few minutes when I finish doing this. So I love all my 13 jurors. I love you so much. Thank you so much for all of your help and everything. JT, you are the absolute best. I would be lost without you. Love y'all so much. And I will see y'all in the morning. And I'll be lurking. Bye, y'all.
Lurk away. Oh, boy. All right. So let's go ahead and get started. I think that's probably the best way to just do it, huh?
All right. Your name, sir?
My name is Esteban Flores.
Who do you work for?
The City of Mesa Police Department.
And what do you do for them?
I'm currently assigned to the homicide unit as a detective.
Drawing your attention back to June of 2008, where were you assigned?
I was assigned in homicide.
And did you have occasion when you were assigned to this unit to investigate the killing of somebody by the name of Travis Alexander?
Yes, I did.
With regard to that, what were your duties or what were you assigned to?
I was assigned as the lead case agent for this particular case.
Lead agent, what are you required to do?
Respond to the scene, investigate the actual crime scene, talk to witnesses, and basically try to solve the crime.
When were you first called out to the home?
I was called out on the 9th, just a little after 10 o'clock at night.
And did the investigation begin then, or did it sort of get started the next day?
It got started the next day.
Why is that? Why did you do that at night?
Well, at that point, we began talking to some witnesses who were at the scene, but we needed to get a search warrant to get into the house before we began the initial scene investigation.
And that search warrant wasn't available until the next day?
Correct.
And the next day while you were that night while you were at the scene, were you notified that somebody wanted to talk to you?
Yes.
And who was the person that wanted to talk to you that night?
That night was Jodi Arias.
And Was it a telephone call that she made?
Yes.
Did you take the call that night of June 9th, 2008?
No, I did not.
How about the next day? When you were out, what happened the next day? Did you go to the scene?
Yes, I was at the scene.
About what time did you get there?
Actually, I was still there from the night before.
And during that day, the 10th now, correct?
Yes.
Did you receive any indication that Jodi Arias wanted to talk to you?
Yes, I received a phone call from a fellow officer stating that a female by the name of Jodi Arias wanted to talk to me.
And did she leave a telephone number?
Yes, she did.
So this is the second attempt that has been made, correct?
Yes.
About what time were you notified of this second attempt by the defendant?
It was in the morning, before 10 o'clock or so.
Did you then return that call?
Yes, I did.
And about what time?
Right around that same time.
And prior to speaking to this individual, well, let's do it this way. Whenever you talk to witnesses, do you always Mirandize them or not?
No,
With regard to this telephone call with her, did you Mirandize her?
no,
Why not?
she wasn't in custody.
So Miranda warnings are only required when somebody's in custody, correct?
Yes,
So this telephone call that you had with her, was it something that you tape recorded or not?
yes, I did tape record it.
And during this telephone call, was there a discussion about whether or not Travis Alexander had a gun?
Yes,
I'm going to show you exhibit number 273. Did you listen to this before you came to court today?
yes, I did.
And is this the portion of the recording that you had on June 10th involving whether or not Travis Alexander had a gun?
Yes.
I move for the admission of exhibit number 273.
Any objection?
This one I heard.
Well, can I call you again if I need more information or if I have another question? Do you have any questions I can answer for you?
Yeah, do you know when all this happened? I mean, I got a call last night, but is there any word on?
Sometime between Thursday and last night. We're not sure yet. We haven't been appointed yet.
And you said that maybe multiple people, because he's a big guy. It was, maybe you can't talk about this, but was there like any kind of weapon used, or was there a gun? Was there?
I can't say what type of weapon was used, but yeah, I'm guessing there was a weapon used by the type of injuries that were left behind. Do you know of him having any weapons at all in the house?
His two fists, really. And
Did she say his two fists?
No handguns or rifles or
No, he wasn't one to keep any of that I
fighting knives or anything like that.
No, he was more into like wrestling and UFC, and he had he said he had just bought a punching bag, and he's like, I love when the crowd loves my punching bag,
Yeah,
That's a portion of the conversation, correct?
Yes, it is.
Did the conversation also deal with their relationship, their dating life, and that sort of thing?
Yes, it did.
To show you exhibit number 272, this is also another clip. Does that deal with that portion of your conversation with her?
Yes,
And this is the initiating point of the conversation, correct?
yes, that's correct.
Move for the admission of exhibit 272.
Judge, I'm going to continue to do GRT's excerpts haven't been provided to defense beforehand to take us, but I don't know what excerpt.
Council approach. Mr. Martinez?
The state has provided the entirety of this tape recording to the defendant and has done and did so approximately 3 years ago.
All right, Exhibit 272 is admitted.
Got mic 1, mic 2, and they're both ready for feedback. Ah! Sure is.
Interview with Jodi Arias. Case number 2008 1610804.
Hello?
Hello, can you speak to Jodi, please?
This Jodi.
Hey, Jodi. This is Detective Steve Flores of Mesa, Arizona Police Department.
Oh, hey, how are you?
Good. I just got a message from one of my patrol officers that needed to talk to me about something.
Well, I just wanted to offer any assistance that I might have. I was a really good friend of Travis's, and I just, I know that I don't know a lot of anything, but
What have you heard so far?
I've heard that he passed away, and that it was, I don't know. I've heard all kinds of rumors. I heard there was a lot of blood. I heard that his roommate found him, or his friend found him, or people were. I'm sorry. So I'm upset, but I've heard that nobody's been able to get a hold of him for almost a week, and that was about the last time I spoke to him too. Which is actually why I thought my friend said I should call you anyway and let you know the last time I talked to him.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, any help we can get from anybody who had any kind of contact with him, any phone contact.
I used to talk to him quite regularly. I used to live there. I live in Northern California now. But after I moved a few months ago, and after I moved, we kept in touch very regularly, and kind of fell back a little bit, and it got down to about a couple times a week, but I hadn't heard from him. I talked to him on Tuesday night. I looked at my phone records on the internet to check, and I definitely talked to him Tuesday night.
Okay. So was that your cell phone, or?
Yeah, that was my cell. It's the only phone I have.
Okay. Is this the number that I called?
Yeah.
Okay. So that was Tuesday night. Do you remember about what time?
I think it was, I want to say like 9:15, but I think it was sometime between 8 and 10. But I know it wasn't as late as 10. Probably between 8:30 and 9:30 more so. Yeah, I think.
And what did you guys talk about?
It was brief. I was driving out to Utah, and he was like, "Are you gonna come out and see me?" And I'm like, "No." And he's supposed to make a trip up here at the end of the month because thing that we are doing. It's called there's a book called 1,000 Places to See Before You Die, and it's been featured on the Travel Channel and all that. And
You're not
we sort of
wrong.
got into that last year where we were starting to see all these different places on the list, and we thought, 1,000 places is a lot of places, but why not? That would be a fun goal. So we each kind of have that goal, and one of the places is the Oregon Coast and the Shakespearean Festival, and so he was going to come up here for that, and we were just going to go see that in Crater Lake and just different landmarks. And
Was that trip already scheduled, or just something you guys talked about? It wasn't officially like dated, but I had been trying to reach him so that I could solidify my own schedule because I was planning on making a trip down there soon. But it was supposed to happen in May, and then it's supposed to happen last week, and that didn't work out. So he was going to leave for Cancun today, and then he said as soon as he gets back from Cancun, he was canceling the trip because he's going to drive up the coast, and when he reaches me, we'll go do some things, and then he'll continue on to Washington and see some friends up there. And then I guess that was supposed to happen before the beginning of July. He was supposed to go to Washington, D.C. Did he have any issues with anybody here in town? Any enemies, anybody that wanted to do him harm?
Got his tires slashed. It was last year. He said he was worried about that. And I was worried about that. He never locked his doors. And I would tell him, lock your doors. And he's like, you're not my mom, And he comes from a bad city. He comes from Ruby, California, which is gangs and violence. And I come from a similar type of neighborhood in California. So my parents and I, we've always locked our doors, and that's just my habit. But he doesn't have that habit, and he lives in a great neighborhood, and it's never been an issue. Nothing has ever been stolen. Nothing has ever been. He's never been, broken into, and he had his tires slashed. I don't remember when it was. It was last year, sometime around Christmas, I think. And other than that.
Now, how would you describe your relationship with him?
Travis's
We dated
sisters and then her the sister's husband.
We
I
dated
believe.
for like 5 months, and we broke up, and we continued actually to see each other for quite a bit. right up until I moved.
So when did you guys break up?
We officially broke up June 29th of last year. But even though we broke up, we were no longer boyfriend and girlfriend. We decided to remain friends, but, I kind of feel embarrassed talking about this, but it was more friends, but it wasn't boyfriend and girlfriend. It was more like kind of buddy, you know what I mean?
Yeah, okay. So you guys were not like romantically together at any time, or?
We were intimate, but I wouldn't say romantic as far as the relationship goes. But we were in no
Ooh, she
way
playing
headed
that
toward
down,
marriage.
isn't she? She playing that
We
down.
weren't talking anything about that. We hung probably sometime.
Now you say intimate. Does that include like a sexual relationship with him?
Yeah, it does.
Okay. I know it's kind of embarrassing
Twice.
to talk about stuff
I
like
know,
that,
and
but you don't know me, so.
Yeah, and if you could just keep it confidential for now,
Yeah.
because I know that he's Mormon. He's not seriously looked down upon in our church, and I mean, I'm telling you this to help in any way I can.
Okay. I appreciate it. Yeah, so you actually moved back to California a couple of months ago.
Yeah, I did.
Okay. What date was that? Do you remember?
I don't remember the exact date. I mean, I have the dates I rented the U-Haul. It was early April. Early, like before April 10th. So it was after the 1st, but before the 10th. So I'm guessing 7th, 8th, 9th, maybe. I'd have to check the dates.
Don't go.
Did you stop by the house when you rented the U-Haul to say goodbye to him?
Oh yeah. In fact, after I was almost moved out completely out of my house for about a week afterward, and I just stayed at his house the whole time. I mean, I practically lived there, even when I was there. I spent the night there several times a week while I lived there. I came over and I cleaned his house a lot. He paid me a little bit every month to keep his house nice and clean. Sort of like a housekeeper. So.
Did you ever happen to meet any of his roommates at that time?
I knew his group really well at this time. Various roommates. Some have moved out. One guy moved to Utah and one guy moved to Phoenix. Zach I don't know if Zach is still there. I think he is.
Yeah, he is.
I knew Zach because I met him. And, we sort of connected because he's a photographer like I am. And, he took the room that Aaron was in previously. So, yeah.
And what do you think about Zach? What do you think his relationship is with your ex-boyfriend?
He seemed like a nice guy when I first met him. He seemed just like a normal guy. He's a returned missionary and he served his okay, good. I didn't lose you. He served his mission. I think in Arizona. He liked it so much he moved back to meet Travis from church. So, yeah, him and his girlfriend were there.
January 2nd, 2013.
There at one time, and Travis was suspicious about it, but he said he used it for cooking. That's fine, because Mormons don't
May
drink
7th.
alcohol, but
Well, some do.
yeah, so they're not supposed to. And Travis, that's another thing when it came to that. We call it the word of wisdom: no alcohol, tobacco, drugs, or coffee or tea. And he was just super, super, super strict on that. Yeah, he wouldn't even take Excedrin for a headache because it had caffeine. Like he's so strict on that. I'm a little less strict on that. I'll pop Excedrin any day, but
There's a lot of Diet Cokes in the fridge.
yeah, they're not Travis's. I can guarantee that. He wouldn't even touch Coke. So it's one of his other roommates, I guess.
Okay. And that was around April that you last saw him, right?
Early April.
You haven't been back in town since then?
No, I haven't at all.
Okay. I thought somebody had mentioned your name and you'd been back in town for like a week or a couple of days.
Oh, I've been thinking about
That's the
going
face
there.
of a man
So,
who has
yeah,
seen
I've
some
been
stuff.
Planning on
Oh,
heading
man.
down there.
But you haven't physically been here since you left?
Since I moved, no, I haven't. I was going to go this week, actually, while he was in Cancun and stay at his house, but it's just not in the budget. So.
Was that something that you guys had scheduled, that you were going to come down and stay at his house?
He was on for like 17 or 18 days, I think.
Actually, that's what I emailed him about last week, because it was kind of last minute, because I was going to go, I'm looking at a calendar here, I was going to go not this week, but the next, and then he was going to come up here that following week, which was before July. And it all sounds kind of weird. We're all like travelers. And I figured, it would be a good idea if I would have a place to stay. His house is open all the time to friends. I mean, anybody in his business or anybody that comes to visit, he gives up his bed. He'll sleep on the couch. He lets them have the whole room. So it just didn't seem like, he said the door is always open. So I would have felt totally okay just showing up and staying at his house and eating his frozen dinners, et cetera, et cetera. And we would have been fine with that too. And I just, he said just always give me a heads up. So I asked him, let me know if that's cool. If not, I'll make other arrangements. And I never heard back.
And when was that email sent out?
Just a few days ago. I'm in front of the computer, so I can check right now for you.
Yeah, you can do that.
Yeah. Just logging my account.
The only answer is yes.
What's his email address?
Yeah, to his email.
Yeah, well, what is his email address, offhand?
His email is travis.alexander@gmail.com. Let's see. I sent one on June 7th. Haven't heard back from you. He got a little bit upset when I said I wasn't driving out to see him, but he gets upset real easily. I don't know. He likes to hand over me a little bit, and we kind of guilt each other sometimes.
So you guys
Tired.
still had a fairly decent relationship as friends?
We did. We had.
Because the people that we talked to said that you guys, that your relationship was kind of rocky and it got a little crazy at times. Or
It did. What happened was when I broke up with Travis around last year, because it was all really dumb. It was a bunch of drama. I had the suspicion that he was cheating on me, and so I looked in his phone to find out, and I found all these text messages, and it just all blew up, and it was like we realized we couldn't trust each other. So I mean, we broke up at that point, but we were still attracted to each other, and we still loved each other. So it wasn't the best thing, but we still hung out all the time together. And it didn't really help either of us to move on, because I haven't really dated anyone since. And he told me that he hadn't dated anyone since, but then he told me that he has. So it's all been kind of weird, because we kept our dating lives sort of from each other, like a don't ask, don't tell policy, sort of. And I think it worked out. It was more convenient for us. I figured, if he didn't have a girlfriend, then I'm okay coming over. And as long as he didn't think that I was with anybody, then he was fine too. So just the less we knew about each other's dating lives or romantic lives, the better off we were.
Went from early January to early May.
It was sent June 7th. Yeah, this is the one I sent about letting him know that I came.
And what town are you in again?
I'm sorry?
What town are you in again?
I'm in Yreka, California. Yreka.
I don't think that's a game face.
Yreka?
Uh-huh.
Oh, where is that at?
It is 15 minutes from Oregon, and it's on Interstate 5.
That's a different bailiff.
All right, so just right.
Where's my guy?
Yeah. Finland.
Not close to the coast.
No, unfortunately.
Oh my gosh, they keep moving the camera.
I don't remember what they were.
Not making it easy.
I mean, you kind of lived in the house for a while. You knew the surroundings and so down, the kind of furniture he had, the bedding and stuff.
I just want to say this real quick. Lisa Wilmot, you're brilliant. We've already been past 1 or 2 commercials. We haven't had one. Everybody say thank you, Lisa. Woohoo!
Okay, can you describe his bedroom bedding and stuff for me? It's kind of an unusual question, but...
No, that's fine. I spent a lot of time in there. He's got I don't know if it's Egyptian cotton or whatever, but it's a really nice brown linen, and it's soft. It's not like flannel, but it's soft. And he always brags to everyone about his IntelliGel bed. It's really comfy. So he's got a great mattress, and it's apparently it's this $5,000 mattress that he picked up for really, really cheap because it was a showroom thing or it was a return, or somehow he got a really sweet deal on it. So it's a king size. I don't know if it's California or what, but it's a king size bed. It's kind of like I think it's like a sleigh bed. It's dark wood.
But the bedding is mainly like a brown linen, really nice cotton linen.
Yeah, it's maybe different patterns on the sheets versus the comforter, but the sheets are brown and the comforter is brown and the pillowcases are brown.
So the color of the comforter is brown as well? Does it have any type of pattern?
She knows an awful lot.
Or like tassels or edging?
I think it has stripes. I think it has like, and they're not like colored stripes, they're just like stripes in the brown pattern itself.
Oh, like, it's dark brown, but it's got a little bit darker brown, like threading?
Yeah, you can see that there's a pattern there. And the sheet may be more of like a checkered thing, I think, if I remember correctly. And his cover too, his bedspread is like, it's a down comforter that's white, and then it's got like I don't know what he used to call it, it has a special name. But
it's like a duvet cover?
Yes, it's a duvet.
What does the duvet look like?
It comes like it's got buttons on the end, and it covers the whole thing. You slide the actual comforter inside the duvet, which is what you pull off to wash, or you can, that kind of thing. So, and we've, like many times, it's so hard to get in there with one person. So you kind of just grab the corners and we pull it in together on one side, and then you just sort of fluff it out and then button up the buttons.
Yeah, because that down kind of just shoves over in one corner. It doesn't want to spread out.
Yeah, exactly.
So it didn't have like any type of.
He's doing a good job
or
pointing out the fact that she knows
like
this.
Like brown.
Not that I remember.
Is there anything in the house that resembles anything with some type of small tan, ropish kind of material or edging or anything like that? A blanket?
He may have pillows. Yeah, he may have had pillows. Yeah, he has pillows on his bed, not on the bed, but on the chair that's next to his bed.
Yeah.
There's those. There's also a round pillow that he uses to make his bed, and there's just one, and he puts it in the center. And there may be some kind of tassel thing on that.
Do you know anybody back here still that still has contact with him?
Yeah, lots of people, tons of people.
Is that how you found out about what had happened?
A friend of mine, Dan Freeman, called me last night. I met Dan through Travis.
You know what's amazing? This phone call played through like a Bose speaker into a microphone. It's still better than some of the audio from New Hampshire.
I met him last year with his sister when we all took a trip out to the Grand Canyon and to Sedona.
So he called you last night and told you what happened?
Yeah.
Look, it's like I planned it. This stream brought to you by Bose.
What everybody's talking about, what they're saying, what their suspicions are.
I could quit.
They're saying, everything that I heard was that, and I got a lot of my information from Bishop Layton, more details, and he's basically that
that's on them.
They took everybody and separated them, and I don't know who everybody is. I'm assuming Zach, because he was there, and his girlfriend, because I called Zach's cell phone, and she couldn't tell me anything, but she answered. And she said, there are a lot of people here that I don't know, but Zach's not here, so it didn't make sense. And I was confused that she couldn't tell me anything. So I didn't get a lot out of her, but Bishop Layton said he was there for 4 hours, and they interviewed everybody, and then they all went to the police station, and that they're treating it as a suspicious death. And I heard from my friend, Dave Hall, that there was a lot of blood, and I don't know if that's just a rumor that's going around or true. And I also heard that his services will be in California, but that they haven't released his body to his grandma yet. So that's all I've really heard so far.
Well, I can tell you that we're investigating it as a homicide.
Okay.
And not a suspicious death anymore. It's pretty obvious. And it's important for us to find find out why somebody would want to do harm to him.
Exactly.
What kind of stuff he was possibly involved in, or maybe it
Y'all
just
wanted
could
the
have
most
been
recent
as
Jodi
simple as
Arias mugshot.
a burglary, an intruder,
Thanks,
or
Amos.
something that had gone wrong.
I'm wondering because he's so.
That's the most recent one.
When they said suspicious death, I thought, well, he's trying to ship pounds for Cancun, so he looks good in boxers or a bathing suit or whatever, or swim trunks. And I know that he takes, or I thought he takes supplements, and he works out really, really hard. I've seen him work out. It's a very intense
Stare at him as
routine,
he does it.
He has these heavy dumbbells that he uses, and he's so strong. I mean, there are a couple times we've tried to wrestle just for fun and show me some moves, and there's just no, I don't see how anyone, unless maybe there were two people, I don't see how anyone could overpower him unless there was.
He's a pretty good sized guy.
Yeah, he was close to 200 pounds, I think.
Yeah. It would take, I would say, two people, maybe more, to kind of overpower him. I've tried with officers, working this job, to take down a woman at 135 pounds who's out of control, and it's difficult to control, somebody like that. No ideas come to mind, why somebody would want to hurt him. Did he owe somebody money? Did he have any worries or concerns about anybody?
He did owe people money, but they were all good friends. They weren't, it wasn't a bad situation. It was.
Why would he owe people money?
There was one family that lent him money that's very, very wealthy from what I understand, and it's not like it hurt them to lend him the money. Of course, they expected him to pay it back, and he had a very reasonable timeline.
Per
And they
Arizona
also had a really
document,
good
yes.
collateral in case he didn't pay back. They owned a piece of stock that he owned, so if they didn't pay it back, it was like $6,000 or something. I think it was $6,000. But if he didn't get them paid back on time, then they would just keep it stock, which would eventually be worth over $25,000. So I mean, I don't think they were worried about that at all. That's the Hyatt family. Frank Hyatt was there last night. But that was when he was struggling financially several months back. And
thank you.
I don't know. I haven't talked to him about how that's going since. But I know that's.
What's the situation with the car that was, somebody mentioned a BMW?
Yeah, I'm buying his BMW.
Okay, because we found a check that was written by you to him.
Mm-hmm.
I think it was last month.
Yeah, I recently mailed him a check. I mailed him that and a few other things. I'm making payments to him.
Okay, and you still have that car right now?
No, it's actually not in my possession. I did the dumbest thing. I went and hooked it up to the U-Haul. Everything was cool and set to go. And I got the dolly that were the back wheels on the ground because it was cheaper.
Yeah.
And the U-Haul guy said, okay, drive it up here. Okay, stop, brake. And everything was cool. And I stopped the car and turned it off. Both got the car, left the door open so they could look at everything. And they shut the door and said, you're good to go. And I took off. And this is going to sound really dumb. I realized now that this is not how you tow a car, but I left it in first gear.
Yeah.
And I started headed down the highway and I blew the engine to smithereens. It looked like it gave birth all over the highway. There's just black oil everywhere. And so it's sitting at Wes's Auto something last time I checked. It's sitting there in Mesa. And the guy's been really nice about just keeping it until Travis figures out what he can do. We've called lawyers about it, and my lawyer said, have your insurance fix it, and his lawyer said your insurance might not fix it because it might be considered mechanical. So that's the last we talked about it. We've been, he's been real busy and hasn't had a lot of time to attend to it. And I have a vehicle right now, but not for much longer because I have to give it back to the bank. So, either way.
When did you mail that payment? End of May?
It was a few weeks ago. Yeah, it must have been.
So you're still making payments to that?
Oh yeah. In fact, that's my first payment because we just did this car deal right before I moved, and he said we have a buyer's agreement too. I think that I typed out and emailed to him. But we have, he said, just get on your feet, and then start sending payments. And the agreement was no X amount per month, whatever I could pay. So finally got a job and gave him that payment for $200.
What was $200 a month?
Yeah. So It was $100 a month minimum. If you could,
Okay.
you know, minimum. And if I could pay more, please. You know.
Okay. We did talk to certain people, and I mean, I don't want to tell you this. I don't want to make you feel bad, but they didn't have the best of things to say about you. They felt that you were either taking advantage of him or just, hanging around when you weren't wanted.
You're as cold
They
as
mentioned
ice.
that you would sometimes, end up going into his house. You were in his house when he didn't want you there. And he would ask you to leave, but you would continue to return. There was also some talk about you, spying on his email and Facebook accounts, those kinds of things.
No, and we won't either.
He gave me his Facebook
I'll be covering those
password
up with my
and his MySpace password, and I gave him my Facebook password and my Gmail account password. And the reason we did that is because
Don't
it's
go,
kind of dumb. We
puppet.
did that months and months ago, and we thought, what can we do to try to reestablish trust between us? And why don't we start with that? And so that's what we did. And then, it just didn't work. He got really upset finally, and he's like, this isn't working. And I said, all right, this is too much of a headache. Let's just change our passwords. So we did. We changed our passwords after that.
How long ago did you guys change them?
I changed mine, not long ago, probably 3 weeks ago, maybe.
Thank you very much. Appreciate
And
you.
I don't know about his because I haven't, once he made it clear that he wasn't comfortable with that anymore, I didn't even try to get
Sleeping.
back to his account anymore. So.
Yeah, I mean, I've been married almost 20 years, and I don't have my wife's email.
Really? I know it's
Really? Well, I looked through all of his.
It's true.
Yeah.
It's true. And I told him, we've had hours on hours of conversation, and I said, I just don't know if I could ever trust you again, and he doesn't know if he could ever trust me again because I might always want to get back into his phone and find out, does he really have something going on or what? Because, he did at one point. And so he said, yeah, I understand that. And he said, but if we were married, you would have all my passwords to everything because there wouldn't be anything to worry about.
Yeah.
And I thought, well, that's nice,
Yeah.
but we're not married. And as far as getting into his emails, that never happened. What he has on his computer is he would oftentimes just leave his computer on, and he'll leave his Gmail window up. And there were times when I got on his computer to look up other things, and if his Gmail window was up open, then I would just close it. That was
No, you didn't.
I had to mention that to you because we are getting a search warrant for his email, Gmail. And
Well, look at that smart. Look at him smart.
And we can tell where those things were accessed from by IP addresses. And I just want to make it clear that that if you did access it from somewhere else at a certain time, if you access it from California, we're going to know.
Yeah, I'll tell you right now that I did.
Okay.
He gave me his passwords. No, the only accounts that I've accessed though were MySpace and Gmail because those were the only passwords.
And how long ago? When was the last time you actually accessed them?
Weeks ago, we had a conversation where it's like he made it clear that he wasn't comfortable with that anymore, and I said that's okay. And I changed my Gmail account password because he got into that too, and then he saw another guy's email there, and gave me a hard time about it. And so it just was dumb. We're both trying to move on, and we're both, I don't know, it was weird.
Seems like there was a lot of jealousy issues.
I think there might have been on both parts. For me, it wasn't so much jealousy as it was like I just wanted to know, I just wanted him to be honest. And for him, I think one of the reasons I moved was because we were spending too much time together and we weren't moving on, and wasn't able to. I mean, I guess I could have dated other people, but our social circles were so small that anytime you heard about something, it just wasn't good.
Did you move down here the first time because of him?
Yeah, I moved there because of him, and I moved away because of him. Primarily, I also moved away for financial reasons. I'm with my grandparents now, but there were three main reasons I moved here. One, I missed my family, two, financially, and three was because of travel. And the main reason that I moved there was because of travel.
Okay. Yeah, because when we first arrived on scene and started talking to people, some of his closest friends, began mentioning your name as, hey, you need to call her because she probably knows what happened to him, or she possibly had something to do with it.
Oh gosh, no,
that's how bad
We
it was
traded
getting.
down for Zuckerberg.
And I needed to talk to you to find out why they would say something like that. Why they would start pointing fingers in your direction right away.
I don't know. Maybe because I'm an ex-girlfriend. We've had lots of fights.
Was there a lot of issues? Obviously it wasn't a great relationship.
It was great for a while until we started fighting because I did know thing and I got into his phone because I had a suspicion that he wasn't being faithful, and I found a bunch of text messages that were no good, and rather than being an adult about it and confronting him, I kept it in and I kind of let it fester, and I was miserable and I didn't know why, and I wanted to tell him, but I was worried that it would just lead to an unnecessary fight, and then I realized this was no kind of relationship, so it finally all came out, and he was really apologetic, but we just both realized that neither of us could be in an adult relationship, and that was June of last year. So at that point, we continued to see each other, a long time after that.
Well, I'm glad I did get a hold of you again. You did call me because it kind of clears up a lot of the questions I had, a lot of the concerns. It's not what I don't think it's what these people thought was going on. So,
I should probably tell you that Travis, when he got upset, he would send me really mean emails. He would send me mean text messages and things. You'll find probably some stuff on his Facebook. I know for sure you'll find one on his Facebook, and definitely in his Gmail, and you're welcome to access all of my accounts too if you want. With Travis,
we're probably gonna subpoena all his Facebook and Gmail and everything to see who he was communicating with, what he was saying, what he was saying to him. I'm not sure how far back. We usually go 6 months to a year.
Okay.
But in a case like this, we need to know, who had some type of beef with him, who, why they would do something like this to him.
Yeah.
I hate telling people over the phone, but it's like I said, it is a homicide investigation, and it was an angry situation. And when we see scenes like this, the first thing we think is these people hated each other. Somebody went in there to hurt him, and they did. And they hurt him really bad. And he's a big guy, and it would take, like I mentioned to you before, it would take more than one person to do this to him.
Can you?
And I was just hoping maybe you could kind of point me in the right direction. I'm talking to everybody that he knows that knows.
I went to a guy named Thomas Brown, and I don't think that, honestly, I haven't seen or heard from him since he was kicked out. I think his last name was Brown. I could try to find him.
She's slinging names.
LDSLinkup.com, but it was, that was so long ago, though. That was last spring of 2007, March even. And what happened was he got kicked out because he was considered like borderline sexual predator, not like a rapist, but coming onto girls and that kind of thing. And it just really was down upon in the church. And so he was disfellowshipped, and Travis said, you need to get out, get your stuff out of my house. And it wasn't a friendly situation. It was said over the phone because he and I were in Missouri and somewhere back east, just touring, and Thomas was.
So
he
ended up kicking him out at that time.
Yeah, he kicked him out at the time, but Thomas, he's a really big guy, but he doesn't seem like he doesn't seem violent. He seemed pretty gentle. He just seemed like a little bit thuggish, but like he was trying to act the part, not because he was that. Because maybe because he thought it would like attract chicks or something. I don't know. So he seems honestly like I didn't know him that well, but he seemed like a big dumb teddy bear.
So as part of this conversation, was there also a discussion between you and the defendant about whether or not she had some regrets about not being there at the time of the attack?
Yes.
And is that memorialized in this Left 274 as to what her feelings are about whether or not she should have been there?
Yes.
I move for the admission of 274.
Again, Judge, I'm going to object to the admission of another excerpt that I am not.
Please approach.
I love that they cut all these out.
How you're working and okay. You know, and I just wanted to say, you know, again that Travis and I had an on-off kind of relationship. We just weren't talking a lot the last several weeks, a couple times a week, and I just keep saying, what if I just gone down there, what if I had never moved and I would have been there and I could have, I don't know.
So you guys continue to talk this whole time?
Yeah, definitely. It was more sporadic. But we usually talk late at night, like 12, anywhere between 12 a.m. or 1 a.m. and like 2 or 3 or 4 in the morning. He was kind of.
Did he have any other cell phones besides? Well, we found one cell phone.
He had. I'm pretty sure he didn't. Otherwise, I'd know about it. He had his Verizon cell phone and he had his landline.
I don't have any other questions at this time, however, we'll recall. Okay.
Cross-examination.
Hello, Detective.
Hello.
I was going to ask you about the portion of your work that Mr. Martinez just spoke to you about, all right?
Okay.
But just before
Just
we do
they were
that, let me
embarrassed today
back
after
up
figuring it
just
out.
a little
They fix
bit.
it tomorrow.
You mentioned that you were called out to the scene.
Yes.
Okay. How does that work exactly?
The call usually comes in from a patrol officer to my supervisor. We had 2 supervisors at that time in the homicide unit, and they make the decision on who to call out to investigate that particular homicide that night.
Okay. So when you received the call asking you to go out to this address on Queensboro, what information did you have?
The only information I had was that there was a suspicious death, and they gave me the address on Queensboro, and they didn't have any further information.
Okay. And you recall, as best you can estimate, how long a time period was it between the time that you received that call and by the time you arrived at the house on Queensboro?
It was within an hour.
Okay. And describe for us, if you will, what the scene was when you arrived. What was going on when you pulled up to the house?
Well, the house was cordoned off with police caution tape around the entire residence. Actually, the street was blocked off as well. And there were police vehicles and patrol officers and patrol supervisors there at that time.
Okay.
Yeah, we're covering them all the way
You say the
through.
street was blocked off. Was that just in front of the house or was that the entire street?
No, just in front of the house.
Okay. And it seems to me like there were some, based on what Officer Williams told us, there were some people around the house. Where were they?
They were off on one of the corners, probably about 30 to 40 yards away from the house.
Okay. And why don't you tell us, were there several officers there? Or just kind of give us a description of that?
Anywhere from around 4 to 6 officers, I would say.
Okay. So the crime scene had been cordoned off. The people were put into a certain area, correct?
They weren't really put in an
Okay.
area, but they were off on a corner somewhere. There were neighbors and, from what I could tell, friends of Travis.
Okay. And tell us what you did when you got up to the house.
Pick a
We
focal point
first
camera.
met with the patrol supervisor,
Okay.
uniform patrol supervisor there, and we received a briefing of what they've received so far, the information, and what they've
Sure
done
do.
up to that point.
Okay. And that was the night of the 9th.
Hashtag
Yes,
challenge.
correct. And you said you were there till the early morning hours of the 10th.
We were there pretty much the entire day, the rest of the day as well.
Okay. So how long did you stay on that first night?
I don't recall the exact time, but I know it was evening. It was dark when we left
Okay.
on the 10th.
Okay. And then you returned the 10th
Yes,
in the morning.
yes.
Okay. And this phone call we just heard about, we just heard excerpts from, I should say. When did that take place?
That took place late morning, early afternoon on the 10th.
Okay. And then when you referenced during that phone call, you just heard it, correct?
Yes,
You referenced people talking about Miss Arias being a stalker, always around when
January
she
to early
wasn't
May.
supposed to be, that sort of thing. Where did that information come from?
that information came from some of my fellow officers and fellow detectives who I assigned to go talk and interview some of the people at the scene.
Okay. So they conduct interviews with these various people, and then you discuss what they learned
Yes.
with them. Okay. And did you talk to anyone specifically that night?
We conducted some interviews at the Mesa Police Station. Mimi Hall, who was here testifying, we talked to her and some of the roommates as well.
Okay.
There was 2 roommates in particular.
And that was part of your portion of the initial investigation, right? The
Yes.
part you did yourself. Okay.
I don't math, but if that's it, that's it.
I want to again focus in
We also might do a little more than one day than another.
on that phone call. Miss Arias told you that Travis's weapons were his 2 fists. You recall hearing that?
Yes.
A few minutes ago? Okay. She also mentioned that he, I think her words were to the effect of loves beating the crap out of a punching bag.
Yes,
Okay. Was there a punching bag found in the home?
yes, there was.
Okay. And where was that located?
It was, I would say the downstairs living room area.
Okay. And could you describe that for us? Because I know sometimes there's punching bags that sit on the ground, sometimes hang from the ceiling.
It's one of the type that sits on the ground. It has the larger base. I don't know, it's filled with water or sand or something. And then it has the punching bag padded area above it.
Okay. And when you found that, or you observed that, and I should back up, you did enter the home that night, is that correct?
Yes,
Okay. And when you observed that punching bag, did it look like it was in place, like it had been used recently? Do you know?
I couldn't tell.
Okay. She also mentioned in this phone call that she was employed by Mr. Alexander to clean his home.
Yes,
Okay.
What?
Did you later went through, you talked also in this phone call about going through subpoenaing his Facebook, his MySpace, Gmail, all that stuff, correct?
yes.
Okay. And did you review those materials?
No, I never subpoenaed them at that time. It was at a later date.
Okay, at a later date.
Yes,
But you did eventually get to reviewing those materials?
yes.
Okay. And do you remember how much later that was?
A year,
Okay.
year and a half.
Year and a half
I
later?
can't remember the specific date, but yeah.
All right. Do you remember seeing an email from Mr. Alexander to Miss Arias where he provides her a picture of the French maid outfit that he would like her to don when she cleans his apartment, or his home, excuse me?
That doesn't sound familiar.
Okay.
I don't remember that.
All right. You also asked Miss Arias about rope or tassels, or when you were talking about the bedding, you specifically brought up rope or tassels. Do you recall that?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Could you tell us why you did that?
In part of the scene, we actually saw a small piece of fabric. It appeared to be maybe part of a tassel. And it was right in the middle of the scene in the bathroom.
Okay. A moment, Your Honor.
I will.
Detective, I'm going to hand you Exhibit 271. Exhibit 270. $269. $268. $267. $266. And $265.
And 8675309. For good measure.
Now, Detective, I've showed you, do you recognize the exhibits I've put before you?
Yes.
Okay. And as it relates, there are some that relate to the bathroom area, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And there are some that are elsewhere in the house, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. But you recognize all those photos as true and accurate depictions of the crime scene that you saw that night?
Yes, they are.
Judge, I'd move for the omission of those exhibits.
Any objection?
No.
Exhibit 265,
My favorite is when he looks over his
266,
glasses
267,
at
268,
anybody.
269,
Best look
270, and
ever.
271 are admitted.
It's coming. It's coming. Wait for it.
May I call this, Your Honor?
May.
And for the record, Detective, we're going to begin with Exhibit 270. Could you describe for us what you see there?
Yeah, it's that piece of fabric
Okay.
listed as number 8
Okay.
with the placard 8.
And that is the rope or tassel you're referring to with Miss Arias in the phone call?
Yes.
Okay. Now, Detective, I'm going to show you Exhibit 271. And could you advise us what we're seeing there?
Same one as the
Submit it
last
to
one,
the
just at a
site.
different angle.
Okay.
Submit it to the site.
And again, for the record, Exhibit 265.
Yes, another
Okay.
piece of rope or tassel.
All right. And that was, just so we're clear as well, that's another piece, correct?
A separate piece,
Okay.
also in the bathroom area.
Lady in red.
And Detective, if you could describe for us what we see in this exhibit.
That's same as the last one, item number 3, different angle.
And for the record, this is Exhibit 266. Detective, could you describe for us what you see in this exhibit?
Did everybody just like
You
cock your head to the left at the
talking
same
about
time?
the same placard, number 3?
2, 3, and 4.
Yeah, same as the last. There were also other items there. I believe the other 2 and 4 were hair fibers.
Okay. And as we were talking earlier, pieces of this rope-like substance were also found elsewhere in the home, were they not?
Yes.
I want to show you, for the record, exhibit number 268. Could you describe for us what we see there?
Yes, another piece of the thread or string tassel, and this was actually on the stairs leading up to the bedroom.
Okay. And this would be that same piece of rope, just further depicting the stairs, is that correct?
Yes, yeah, without the placard.
Okay. Now, in terms
I don't
of
think she got along with any of her lawyers. She wanted them
choosing
gone.
to
They wanted
photograph
gone.
these items, or do you direct a person to take certain pictures, or how does that work?
Yes, it's up to my direction.
Okay. And so then on, be it on the 9th or the 10th, your attention was drawn to this rope and thought it might be of significance in your investigation, correct?
Yes.
Okay. The other bit of conversation you had with Ms. Arias dealt with, she told you when you were discussing the emails, you were talking about getting into his emails, and she was talking about discussions they had while in the email account. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Okay. And do you recall her saying that he had said several mean things to her
Yes.
in these emails? And I guess according to your testimony previously, it was about a year and a half later that you actually looked at these emails, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Do you remember seeing emails in which Mr. Alexander referred to Miss Arias as a, quote, three-hole wonder,
Yes. I
Objection,
do.
hearsay.
as a slut,
Yes.
as a whore?
Yes.
Thank you, Detective.
Redirect.
Why was he referring to her like that? What had she done?
Speculation.
Sustained.
Well, you read that email, right? You responded to defense counsel, didn't you?
Yes.
Any knowledge that you have comes from that email, doesn't it?
Yes.
What did that email say? Why was he upset?
That guy's a pit bull. I love
Objection
it.
calls for speculation.
Approach, please.
Please take a look at Exhibit 275. Are you familiar with that? Yes, sir.
Yes, I am.
And with regard to that item, is that the, well, what is it, first of all?
It's a copy of instant message emails sent back and forth between Jodi Arias and Travis Alexander.
And you were asked previously on cross-examination about this reference to a three-hole wonder, correct?
Yes.
Is that the document that contains that reference?
Yes, it is.
With regard to that reference involving that particular comment, why was that comment made as indicated in that document?
Objection calls for speculation.
I don't know if he's angry. I think he's passionate. I think he's
Sustained
pissed
is
that the
phrased.
defense brought this
Well,
out
let's
so that
go-
he has to respond
Go
to
to
it.
page 8 at the bottom.
Go.
At the bottom. What is he complaining about?
What page was that again, sir?
8 at the bottom.
Whatever.
Four lines from the bottom.
It's true. He's very consistent. One.
References to being used
Two.
sexually by Miss Arias.
What is he saying?
Specifically, let me read it from here. I think I was little more than a dildo with a heartbeat to you.
And that's what he's saying to her, right?
Yes.
Oh my God.
In the previous pages, pages 1 and 2 and 3, do they talk about whether or not to tell the truth?
Yes.
I'm going to object, John. This is supposed to be on answering the questions post and cross.
Mr. Martinez?
It's part of the same document, and it's part of the reason why he's calling what he's calling her.
There's no link, Judge. I mean, he's had to speculate on the link.
Counsel approach and bring the transcript, please.
Go to page 3 and read the whole thing.
Starts with Facebook.
Yes, just read it though.
Okay. Me.
No. Read it to yourself.
Oh, okay. I thought you wanted me to read it out loud.
Uh, Is that true? I want to find those. Yeah, we're gonna stream it all. For those who are uncomfortable or don't want to join, we'll make it the last thing we do that night, so that you don't miss anything afterwards. But we are gonna stream the whole hour and a half phone call. You'll either appreciate it or YouTube will kick us off forever. One of the two. We'll find out, right? Yeah, it'll be Brandi and me for sure.
And in terms of the reference to the 3-hole wonder, it's toward the bottom,
Yep.
correct?
Yes.
Go ahead and read the next page, which is 416, to yourself.
Okay.
What is the context of that comment?
The context throughout those 2 pages is Travis Alexander and Jodi Arias are having a conversation, and Travis is complaining about her lying to him.
All right. So you were asked about some fibers, and these are set out in exhibits numbers 265 through 271. Do you remember those? And I'll start with 265, for example.
Yes.
First of all, you see the scale on there, right? This is exhibit number 265.
Yes.
And what is that word there?
It says metric.
And with regard to these spaces in between, in terms of the metric scale, what are they? Like centimeters, millimeters, kilometers, what are they?
The large section
No,
is
this.
the small ones, millimeters.
And how many millimeters are there in an inch?
Approximately 25.
It's a little bit more than 25.
Yes.
Isn't it?
Yes.
How much?
Well, there's 2.4 centimeters in an inch, and then there's 10.
So it's 2.54 or 2?
Yeah, 2.54.
So you're talking 25.4 millimeters to an inch, right?
Yes.
And so that will tell us, for example, by looking at this, by counting out 25 millimeters, how much an inch is, right?
That's funny. That's
With
funny.
regard
Thank
to-
you. Thank you very much.
those particular items
Um,
there, can you tell whether or not this really is a piece of a rope?
It looks more like a small thread.
Let me take a look. Let me see what I can
If you
do.
take a look at exhibits 63
Just like he said, let's take a look.
and 81, take a look at those first of all.
Yes.
Do you recognize those?
Yes.
What are those photographs of?
Photographs of the interior of Travis Alexander's house, more in particular, his bedroom and part of the bathroom near the shower.
And were those taken back at the time of the investigation of the crime in June of 2008?
Yes.
I move for the admission of exhibit 63 and 81.
No objection.
Exhibit 63 and 81 will be admitted.
Ooh.
Let's take a look at exhibit 63. What are we looking at here?
A photograph of Travis Alexander's bedroom.
And specifically, what is this item here?
Those are throw pillows,
And what's around the corners of those throw pillows?
tassel-like fibers.
Yes.
Those tassel-like fibers, if we take a look at exhibit number 265, you were there. Can you tell us whether or not they are similar to those?
Yes, they are.
And let me show you another exhibit. It's exhibit number 271. You see this that's on there? This item here, you see that?
Yes, I do.
Take a look at exhibits numbers 64 and 68.
Okay.
Those are photographs. Are they true and accurate depictions of an area and an item from the scene as it existed back when the investigation was being conducted in June of 2008?
Yes, they are.
Move to the admission of exhibits 64 and 68.
No objection, Your Honor.
Exhibit 64 and Exhibit 68 will be admitted.
This is exhibit 64. And orient us a little bit. What are we looking at here?
Looking at the interior of Travis Alexander's bedroom, looking from just behind the
Those are
entry
sandals?
door. You can actually see the door on the right-hand side, door handle.
Can't be his, right?
And you're looking, what direction? Kind of like a northeast direction into the bedroom.
What does this door lead to?
That one is actually to the closet that parallels the hallway into the bathroom.
And exhibit number, and there is something in the middle here, this photograph, the first one, 264, correct? Right there?
Yes, the sandals.
Okay. Then if you take a look at exhibit 68, that's a close-up of what?
The sandals in the middle of the room.
And with regard to these sandals, do they have any covering on them where a person would
Speaking of the
step?
sandals,
Yes, full of fibers.
And you see this right here. What is this, these items that are sticking out from around the sandals?
Those are the actual fibers that the sandals are covered with.
And then if we take a look at exhibit number 271, what is that? In your opinion, is that consistent with having come from those shoes?
Yes, it is consistent.
In looking through this whole house, was there ever a rope that was found?
No.
So if there had been a rope there and you didn't find it, what would have happened to the rope?
Objection calls for speculation. It's beyond the scope of cross.
Overruled.
We would have taken it.
I know, but if it wasn't there, would you have taken it?
No.
If somebody had taken it before you, would you have taken it?
No, I couldn't have.
But did you find any long lengths of rope or anything like that when you were there?
No.
And did you find, for example, in Exhibit 63, was that bedroom examined?
Yes, it was.
Was the area here around the bed examined?
Yes.
Was the area, Exhibit number 64, was the area right around here examined?
Yes.
And I mean the lower portion. Did any officers look underneath the bed?
Yes.
Did they look behind the headboard?
Yes.
Was there ever a knife found anywhere near there?
No.
Was there ever any rope found anywhere near there? In other words, any of these little strands that we're talking about, were any of those found anywhere near the bed?
No.
You talked about cordoning off the street and that sort of thing when you got there and the house being cordoned off. Do you remember that?
Yes, I do.
What's the purpose of that?
To secure the residence, to keep anybody from going in and disturbing any evidence.
So that from the time that the police received the call till the time the first police officer came, that meant that nobody had access to that place, correct?
That's correct.
And how long did you keep the scene open, or how long was the scene secured, so to speak?
Almost 3 days.
I don't have any other questions, thank you.
I have one question from a juror. Are there any other questions from the jury?
Juror question. Juror question.
If there are questions, ladies and gentlemen, raise your hand, and if you need some time to write it out, just let me know and we will wait for you. Counsel, please approach.
All right, Detective, the juror has a question for you. Are the exhibits number 272, 273, and 274 from the same conversation?
What exhibits are those? Can I see
Good
them
question.
again?
Yes.
Those who do not understand history are doomed to repeat it.
Yes, they are.
Mr. Nerman, you may recross and follow up on the juror question if you have anything.
Thank you.
Shut the front door. So excited. Don't threaten me with a good time.
Detective, do you still have exhibits up with you?
Yes.
And if I may approach, Your Honor.
Yes.
Detective, I'm going to well, actually, I'll tell you what, we will put up Exhibit 63. Again, Mr. Martinez showed you that just a
There's that
minute
look from the
ago.
court reporter.
You recall seeing
That's
that?
the one.
Yes.
Okay. Based on the observations you made, and I believe what you told us was that this picture accurately depicts what you saw at the crime scene on June 9th and or June 10th. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And it would appear that those pillows are in an unmolested state. Would you agree?
Yes.
Okay. And you recall Mr. Martinez also asked you about hair samples or flip-flops with some fibers on them, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Let me step back a bit. Mesa Police Department, how long have you been employed there?
19 years?
Okay, so you're pretty familiar with the practices and the procedures and those sort of things, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And I suspect then, could you
Gugger.
tell us whether Mesa Police Department has a crime lab?
Yes, we do.
Okay. And what sort of things does that crime lab do?
Everything from DNA typing, fingerprint analysis, blood work, those kinds of things.
Okay. So if they had known fibers, for example, from these pillows or from sandals or that sort of thing, they could compare that against items you found at the crime scene, correct?
Our lab does not do that.
Okay. So you could there would be no way for you to compare?
We would have to send those out to another lab.
Okay. Was that done?
No.
Okay. So the estimation you're making that these are similar characteristics are just based on your observation, not any actual data or testing. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Thank you.
Mr. Martinez?
I like that
Those
guy.
3 exhibits or the
I like
3
him a lot.
DVDs that you have in front of you, those were from the same conversation, correct?
Yes, they were.
What date was the conversation that you had of those 3 DVDs?
They were June 10th, 2008.
And who initiated that? In other words, I know you made the call, but were you returning a call?
I was returning a call, a message to call Jodi Arias back.
I don't have any other questions. Thank you.
You may step down.
I like the back and forth. Wow. So he's up to be recalled. Fascinating. Just fascinating. Again, thank you, Lisa Wilmot, for coming up with that plugin. Fantastic. All right, we're gonna move on. Straight on into the latent fingerprint witness. And here's her name.
Yes, my name is Heather Connor.
Who do you work for?
I work for the Mesa Police Department.
And how long have you worked for the Mesa Police Department?
I was hired in September of 2004.
And what were your duties when you were initially
Don't
hired?
go.
When I was originally hired at the Mesa Police Department, I was hired as a crime scene technician. I was promoted in June of 2005 to latent print examiner.
And what kind of, do you have to have a degree for that sort of thing? What kind of experience did you have or education prior to being hired?
I hold a Bachelor of Science degree in anthropology and journalism. I have an Associate of Science degree in forensic technology.
And what were your duties back in June of 2008?
In June of 2008, I was a latent print examiner. Among my duties includes performing the comparative analysis of unknown finger and palm prints that are recovered from crime scenes and items of evidence to known subjects' prints. I also process evidence in the laboratory using various chemicals and powders, and I respond to major crime scenes. I take photographs, collect evidence, and process for latent prints.
With regard to this issue of latent fingerprints, what is a latent fingerprint?
A latent fingerprint is a chance impression. On the palmar sides of your hands and the soles of your feet, we have a specialized type of skin that's called friction ridge skin. It's very similar to corduroy in that there are peaks and valleys to that skin. And throughout the day, you can collect different materials on the surface of your skin, including oils from your face or hair, grease from the food that you eat, or other things throughout your day. And when you touch a surface, you can leave an impression of the arrangement of friction ridges on your hands or palms onto that surface.
So as I understand what you're saying is that these impressions that are left behind, well, let me ask it this way. Are they left behind every single time that a person, for example, touches a surface like I'm doing here on this podium?
No, there are many reasons a print may or may not be left behind.
Well, does environment have anything to do with whether or not this impression is going to be left behind?
Yes.
Specifically, what environmental factors affect whether or not a print is going to be left behind?
If it's a very warm day, most of the perspiration on your fingers is water. It can evaporate. So if it's a very warm day, you may not leave an impression behind. You may have very dry hands. The residue left behind could evaporate from the surface. If it's been raining, the residue could be washed away. Environmental factors like that can affect whether a print is left behind or not.
How about a surface? For example, if I get a hold of something that's made out of wood and I put my hands all over it, am I more or less likely to leave a chance or latent fingerprint behind? It's got a lot of holes in it. It's just a piece of wood.
I would say in that case, you're less likely to leave a latent print behind on a very rough, holey surface than a smooth, hard surface. If you think of a fingerprint as a rubber stamp and think about if you ink up a rubber stamp and press it on a very rough surface, you don't get a very clear impression of that stamp left behind.
To the FBI agent watching this,
same sort of
just
thing.
a joke.
What about movement? What if I'm, for example, going through something and I'm moving very quickly and I slide my hand against the surface like I did of the podium there? Am I less or more likely to leave a fingerprint?
You may leave a fingerprint behind in that circumstance, but you could be smearing the fingerprint and the arrangement won't be visible. It won't be very clear based on the movement.
So you get these fingerprints. Let's assume that you actually left them. How do you go about determining who's the person that left it behind? Let's say in this world where you have billions and billions of people, you don't know who the person was that left it behind. That's why you're checking. So how is it that you go about effecting an identification?
The methodology that we use to compare fingerprints, it goes by the acronym ACE-V. That's ACE-V. That stands for analysis, comparison, evaluation, and verification. In the analysis phase, what an examiner will do is examine the latent impression to determine its overall suitability for comparison, the overall ridge flow of that print. Can I tell if it's a finger or a palm? Can I tell the orientation of the print? How clear is the information? Is there a great deal of difficulty in distinguishing between the raised portions, which would be the ridges, and the furrows? We're looking for 3 levels of detail in a fingerprint. Level 1 detail is the overall ridge flow, and in the fingers will be pattern type. And we're looking for level 2 detail. That's called ridge characteristics. There's many other terms that can be used, such as minutia, Galton detail, things like that. That's going to be where a ridge is flowing along and abruptly ends. Call that an ending ridge. You also have ridges that flow along and then branch into 2 ridges, and that's called a bifurcation. So that's the second level of detail that we're looking at in the analysis phase. The third level of detail is pores on the friction ridge surfaces. There are pores that exude sweat.
Very good at
the
this.
location, shape, and size of those pores is visible in some impressions. And the other part of third level detail would be the shapes of the edges of the ridges themselves. So in the analysis phase, we're looking for all of that information. It's fact gathering. We're looking to see, do we have level 1 detail? Do we have level 2 detail? Do we have level 3 detail? That's all with just the latent impression. Then we move to the known impressions or exemplars, and we're performing an analysis
Well, let me stop you there.
Okay.
What if you don't know who the person is? When you go out to a scene, you really don't know, correct?
That's correct.
So are you familiar with something called APHIS?
Yes,
What is, APHIS is an acronym, correct?
it is.
And what does APHIS stand for?
APHIS is the Automated Fingerprint Identification System.
And without talking about the actual bank that's involved, I'm just talking about the machine. I don't want to know how the knowns go in there, okay? You understand what I'm saying?
Yes.
Okay. Does this machine help you then make a comparison to other knowns that may be around? Yes or no?
Yes.
And what is the advantage of having the APHIS system as opposed to a human being sitting down and making this comparison?
The APHIS system is a searching database. So we're able to enter a latent print into the database, the first joint of the fingers and the palms, and it will create a mathematical algorithm and bring back 10 candidates that the computer believes are close to this latent impression. The examiner then is able to.
Well, then let me stop you then. Are you telling me that the advantage of APHIS is speed?
Yes.
Because it can go through thousands of fingerprints within a very short period of time, right?
Yes.
And if any of them are similar, then it spits it out, right?
Yes.
But as an examiner, that's not an identification, correct?
No, it's not.
Because then that's when the human person comes in, right?
Yes.
And then the human person does what with those candidates that have been spit out?
The examiner initially views the latent and the known impression on the screen one at a time and determines whether or not they have a hit. If a hit is declared, then a known exemplar, that known exemplar will be obtained by the examiner, and a one-to-one comparison will be performed between the latent and the known. The examiner is the one who does that final comparison.
In our talk today, one of the things that we keep referring to is that the fingerprints, and we've been talking about that. How about palms, for example? Are palms also unique to individuals, or is it a situation where the only comparison that can be done is involving the fingerprints?
No, the arrangement of skin on all the palmar surface of the hand is unique.
And so once let's say that you have, does this APHIS system also have the palm print in it that can be used or not?
Yes, it does.
When you look at a fingerprint and you're doing this comparison, are you then also able to orient it and find out what part of the hand is involved, whether it's one of the fingers or in the palm? Can you do that?
It depends on the quality of the latent.
Well, let's assume it's a great quality, the best quality you ever had. Can you do it then?
In many cases, yes.
And if you have the palm, you can tell what part of the palm it is then, right?
If there's enough information in the palm, you can use those to help determine where the latent is from.
So in other words, are you saying that if you have a palm print, you cannot tell what part of the palm print it is, what part of the palm it is?
There are latent impressions that are palm prints that are very clear that you cannot tell necessarily where it originates from.
On the hand? On the
Yes,
palm?
correct.
But there are some that you can then, right?
Yes,
So that's part of what you do then, correct?
that is part of
Is
yes.
that done out at the scene or is that done somewhere else?
The entry of latents into APHIS and the comparison of prints is done in the lab.
And so that the gathering of these latent fingerprints, how is that done out at the scene?
A majority of the processing that we'll do at a scene in order to collect latent prints is done with powder and lift tape.
And the others, which indicates that there may be others, what are the other processes that are out there?
There is some chemical processing techniques that we can use at the scene, depending on the type of residue that we believe a latent impression may have been left in.
In this particular case, for example, was black powder the only method that was used at the scene to attempt to gather latent prints?
No, it was not.
Why don't you tell me what those other processes were in this case?
Leucocrystal violet.
And what is that?
That is a chemical that reacts to the heme in hemoglobin to stain a dark purplish blue color if it comes into contact with it.
And what is the advantage of that? What is the advantage of this leucocrystal violet?
Leucocrystal violet, or LCV, does not react with the regular constituents of fingerprint residue. So if there's an impression that I believe is left potentially in oils or fats or lipids, that sort of thing, I would not use leucocrystal violet. Leucocrystal violet would be used to search for potential impressions that are left in blood, for example.
So the value of leucocrystal violet is that the print may have been left in a medium other than, for example, sweat or oils or something like that, correct?
That's correct.
And in the way you sort of seem to say it, it's specifically designed when you believe that perhaps the print is left in blood.
That's correct.
In this case, also, again, as part of going to the scene, lifting fingerprints and that sort of thing, do you do anything with the evidence or items that are going to be taken back to the lab for future examination, whether they be latent fingerprints or whether they be anything else?
Yes, all items of evidentiary value are photographed and then collected by me, which are then in turn impounded into our evidence section.
It would seem to me, though, that if you have all these items of evidence out there, and if you're just photographing them and collecting them, that you're not going to know which is where you found something. So, for example, if there's some shoes over there, there's a gun over there, how are you going to know which is which?
The way in which we will document evidence to be collected is it will be marked typically with an identifier, such as a number. We have what we call placards. They look like small plastic tents that have numbers on them. And we will typically put those next to an item of evidence, photograph it with that placard to document how it will be identified later.
That's with regard to items that you can take. What about if there's an item? One of the things that we've been talking about is latent fingerprints or blood smears, that sort of thing. How is it that, do you also put a number by those, or do you put a different sort of designation so that you know that what you have is something that you didn't take, but you took a sample of?
Certainly, in some cases, a different type of identifier will be used. In this case, I used letters for those things that were photographed that could not be collected directly.
Let me show you an exhibit. You recognize exhibit 249?
Yes, I do.
What is it?
That is a diagram of a portion of the scene that I responded to.
Which portion of the scene are we talking about?
It appears to be the master bedroom.
When you say
and
it appears,
bathroom.
it sounds like you're not sure. Are you sure or are you not sure?
Yes, it is. It's the master bedroom, closet, and bathroom.
Is this a true and accurate depiction of the scene as it existed when you were there and you conducted your work?
Yes, it is.
And how long were you there conducting your work?
We spent over 3 days at the crime scene.
When you say we, it's sort of the royal thing. I'm not interested in what others may have done. How long were you at the scene? Because that's what it really is testifying.
3 days.
All right. And there were others that were there with you, correct?
Yes, there were.
Were there also technicians there with you?
Yes.
And who else would have been there with you assisting throughout this thing?
In what capacity?
In any capacity?
There were several detectives there at various times, officers. There was members of the biology unit of the Mesa Police Department and also another latent print examiner.
When you say the members of biology unit, what do they concentrate on?
Yep.
DNA evidence.
In this particular case, you can see that there's a variety of numbers here, and there's also red areas and body and that sort of thing. Is this a true and accurate depiction of all the items that were at the scene at the time that you were there during those 3 days in June of 2008?
Yes.
I move to the admission of exhibit 249.
Moment, Your Honor.
Okay, so real quick, you guys had somebody mentioned the life insurance policy. From what I understand, and somebody will correct me if chat if I was wrong. Yeah, here. So she had a life insurance policy on herself, listed the kids. She could have collected, and USAA was her insurance company, and they were fighting it. And they did not want to do that, and they ended up splitting it between. I'm blanking now. One moment. Yep, blanking. Splitting it between Gannon's biological parents. So I'm not entirely shocked that they're paying out. USAA usually does right by their customers, which is nice to have. I'm really glad that the judge ended up siding with the idea of the split rather than just nixing it all together. Thank you, Shireen. Land in and out. Appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you. Consider yourselves updated.
None.
Exhibit 249 is admitted.
Me too. They're fantastic. If you can get it, get it.
I think we may have already talked a little bit about this, but just your review of it. This area. The area there, where it says 44 and 24, do you see that there?
Not from here, I apologize, I can't see that.
This area here, do you see it here?
Yes, I do.
What is that area? Tell me a little bit about that area there.
That is the two doors. Those are the two doors leading into the master bedroom.
Alamap.
And those are numbers designating items of evidence that were collected from those doors.
With regard to the doors, did you check, or anybody that you were supervising, did anybody check to see what type of lock that was involved in?
At home.
There is a photograph of that locking mechanism, and I have.
Okay. Now, after you walk in there and we take a look at this right here, what is this that's marked as 45? I mean, what are we looking at there?
45 is a piece of carpeting that was at the entry.
She took it
to the
out on
hallway
her
leading to the
on
master
Gannon
bathroom that had a
years
large
before the
area of
murder.
red staining on it that was collected.
That'll answer it.
And did you walk down that hallway?
Yes.
And
Took it out on Gannon.
as you walk down that hallway, where did it take you?
I can't believe it just came
To
out
the
of my
master
mouth.
bathroom.
That's disgusting.
And once in the master bathroom, where is the tub in comparison to the door as you walk in?
It would be to your left.
And is that where the body was found?
The body was found in the shower. That was to the left, yes.
And just to make it clear, they had both a bathtub and a shower, correct?
Yes,
Was the body found in the shower, I think is what you said, correct?
yes.
All right, let's take a look at some photos. Thanks, Steve. Take a look at exhibits 1 through 7 and see if you recognize what's depicted there.
Multitasking's my middle name. It's not. But my name also isn't John Thomas, which I'm grateful for. I am always sitting down though, so.
You recognize what's there?
Yes, I do.
And what areas do those photographs depict?
This depicts the entry and the front of the home that I responded to, the garage, and a portion of the laundry room of that scene.
Are those true and accurate depictions of those areas, again, as they were on the date that you responded and took and were there?
Yes, they are.
Remove for the admission of exhibits 1 through 7.
Or just talk in general. Just flat that one thing. Yes, I'm James Tiberius Cook. That's me.
No objection, Your Honor.
Exhibits 1 through 7 are admitted.
Let's take a look at exhibit number 1.
The poor
What are
court
we looking at
reporters. He's just like, what?
This is the front of the house.
And the exposure of the house, what direction is towards my pen this way?
North?
Okay, wouldn't it be that way, north, that way, rather than this way? Isn't this south? Let's continue looking at it, okay? Exhibit number 2. What is that?
That is another view of the front of the house showing the front door.
And it also shows a closer up of what?
The vehicles that are parked in the garage and driveway.
And how many are there?
3 total?
And
broke
exhibit
me.
number 3. What are we looking at there?
That is a photograph of the front door entry and the numbers of the residence.
And what's the address of the residence?
11428.
And what's the street?
Queensboro.
Yes.
Exhibit number 4.
And ever. I feel like half the problem though is the judges, and they only want certain things,
What do we see there?
certain things, and that kind of
That
stuff.
is a photograph
But yeah, I
of
agree.
the open garage door, view into the garage, and the 2 cars in that garage.
That's his
What kind of car
Prius.
is this? Do you know?
A Toyota Prius.
And the color, given how glary this photograph is, what color was it when you were out there? Do you know?
I believe it was black.
Okay. Exhibit number 5.
It's the rear of that Toyota Prius.
Okay. If you then look over here to the right, do you see what that is?
That is a doorway leading from the garage into the laundry room of the residence.
Then and this right here is what?
It appears to be a garage door opener.
Okay, and this right here?
I don't know what that is.
I
There were light
spy
switches?
with
Yes.
my little
Does that
eye.
look like it could be a light switch?
It appears to be.
And then if we just shows us the rest of the garage and what's here, correct?
Yes.
And do you know what this is?
A bicycle?
Okay. Now, exhibit number 6 is what?
That is a view, a view of the laundry room.
A nice washer dryer
That
set.
includes the washer and dryer that were inside that room.
And this
You've
door
won.
here, does that lead to?
That door leads to the garage.
And if we take a look at exhibit number 5,
This was like 5 years later,
you see
right?
this door here?
Yes, I do.
Yeah, are those one and the same doors?
She
are.
smiled.
Exhibit number 7 also shows us a door. Are you familiar with which door this one is?
I believe that is the same door we've been discussing from the laundry room to the garage.
When you say you believe, it sort of implies that you're not sure. Take a look at it.
He said, take a look
And
at
then if we
that.
take a look at exhibit number 6, you see that same door?
Those are the same doors.
And is this then the door that leads out to the garage?
Yes, it is.
And what is this up here?
Math.
An alarm keypad of some kind.
Take a look at some more photographs.
Well, we've got Visine going in the eyes. Visine. She does not
Take a look at
look enthused very much.
16.
Oh, there's the yawn. I was coming. There it is. They are and can be, but they also can come up with some interesting stuff. Plus, it's kind of cool to see the whole process. I know sometimes it can be long and drawn out.
Do you recognize those photographs?
Yes, I do.
What do they depict?
These photographs depict the washing machine and the contents of that washing machine.
And again, were these photographs taken at the time of the investigation back in June of 2008 of this home?
Yes, they were.
I move for the admission of exhibits numbers 8 through 16.
I love this community. Brandi and I are spoiled. You spoil us rotten. What do you think she's thinking about right now?
Exhibits
Wrong,
8 through 16
fairly
are
appropriate
admitted.
answers only.
First of all, let's take a look at exhibit number 6. That's the one that we just talked about. And what is this right here?
That is a dryer.
And this right here?
Washing machine.
All right. Exhibit number 8 shows us what? What are we looking at here?
That is
No
a
wonder.
reddish stain that was on top of the edge of the washing machine.
This is the washer. This is the washer.
Exhibit,
Oh, get
Number
your
9.
hand off your chest,
What are
ma'am.
we
It's not
looking
like
at
you
there?
haven't seen these before
That is looking
in
at the
person.
same
Good.
area of the washing machine, pulled back a little bit with some stickers to label and identify some stains seen on the washing machine.
are these the reddish stains that you guys were looking at, or just stains generally?
Reddish brown stains.
There's a red number on there. You see that?
It's so funny.
I'm sorry, black. You see that?
Yes.
I thought in our previous discussion, we indicated that if it's something that you can't seize or that you take a swab from, that you actually would give it a letter. What's going on with these ones in black?
These particular stains were labeled by a member of the biology unit so that presumptive testing could be performed. I wasn't involved in these labels.
So in other words, these are labeled
So
by somebody
that's
from
where I left
the
it.
biology unit to see whether or not this was blood or something, right?
Correct.
Exhibit number 10 is a close-up of one of those ones, correct?
Yes, it is.
And if we bring it in a little bit closer, it has something to the side of it. You see that?
I do.
What is that?
The letter B.
So for example, then, if we go to the previous exhibit, there are 2 ones there. One would be either, well, we can look at it.
I would hope they didn't leave it and come
We can see that
back.
they're labeled with letters also, correct?
I hope it's always the
This
last
one
place.
is yes.
And then if you take a look at the other one, doesn't seem to have a letter on there though, right?
It does not.
Exhibit number 11, what are we, let me give you a better view of that. What are we looking at there?
That is a photograph into the washing machine when the lid was lifted during the entry photos.
And there are some items in there, correct?
Yes, there are.
This is, no. Exhibit number 12. What are we looking at there?
That's a digital camera that was found inside of the washing machine.
And for the sake of completeness, is this the way the camera was at the time that you guys went into it and started taking photographs of it?
Yes, it was.
And you were there on what dates?
June 10th, 11th, and 12th, and it ran into the 13th on the 12th.
All right. Exhibit number 13. What are we seeing here?
I hope so.
That is another photograph of the contents of the washing machine, now with those evidence placards that I discussed to identify items that were going to be collected.
Right? 39 is what?
39 is all of the contents of the washing machine with the exception of the camera.
So this is all the clothing articles, and 38 is the camera.
That's correct.
There it is.
And exhibit number 14, is that just a different view of how the items are placed in there?
Yes, it is.
In
I
just
heard she was
looking at
just
this,
okay.
and you were there, and that's the reason why I'm asking, it doesn't seem like
Like,
this is a full load, does it?
Objection, Council Speculation.
But
Oh.
art is subjective.
It didn't appear to be full, no.
That's fair.
Exhibit number 15, what are we looking at there?
That is a photograph of the camera after it's been removed from the washing machine and placed on
That's a
butcher paper
blast
in
from
order
the
to
past,
take
is it
additional
not?
vantage viewpoints of that camera.
And exhibit number 16 is what?
A top view of the camera.
Home ec tips from distant. The more you know.
Let's take a look at exhibit number 214.
ASMR that nobody likes. That's horrible.
No, thank you. This is a digital camera.
Oh, there it is.
Is this a digital camera that we see pictured in exhibit number 16?
May I refer to my report, Your Honor, in order to refresh my recollection?
Thank you, Indy Cindy. If you're trying to hide evidence,
I
yeah.
agree.
I don't know. It's a good question. We're going to find out. Not quite sure what commandments she was using.
And take a look at exhibit 276 and see if that helps you out.
You're not wrong, sir. Not wrong at all.
This is the same camera that is depicted in the washing, was collected from inside the washing machine.
But inside of that plastic is something else beside the camera, right?
Foreshadowing.
Yes.
Don't tell me.
Do you know what that is?
Looks like power cords of some kind.
Right. But as far as you're concerned, the only thing that was taken from that washing machine is the camera that's in that exhibit, correct?
Yes.
I may have it back. Judge, I would move to the admission of exhibit 214.
Yeah, y'all didn't know you were going to get a full show, did you?
Power device or maybe have the camera taken or this power cord taken out.
No objection.
All right, exhibit 214 is admitted and it will be repackaged without the power cord.
Correct.
I am deceased.
Do you know whether or not there was what was known as a SIM card attached to this thing?
There was a memory card inside of the washing machine that was also collected.
Okay. Please take a look at exhibit number 215. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
What is it?
This is the memory card that was collected from inside the washing machine.
And you were the one that actually packaged it, I guess, correct?
When it was originally in the envelope, yes.
I move for the admission of exhibit 215.
That's a real good question.
No objection, Your Honor.
215 is admitted.
Thanks, Ivan.
Let's take a look at this. Exhibit 215.
Curses. Foiled. There's just a laughing dog behind her going,
And what we're actually looking at is this square or rectangular blue thing, correct?
Yes.
It's not.
Oh,
You
there
know
it
the
is.
dimensions of this? Or is it just very small?
Small enough for Jodi not to think
It's
about it.
small.
Let's take a look at exhibit number 220. You recognize that?
You kick,
Yes,
up,
I
you
do.
pick up all of my references.
This is what I labeled as a digital camera
The best.
door that was found at the bottom of the washing machine and was collected.
Was this after the clothing had been removed?
Yes.
I move for the admission of exhibit number 220.
No objection, Your Honor.
220 is admitted.
Take a look at this one. And then this is the item that you collected right here, correct?
Yes, it is.
Let's take a look at exhibits.
No, that's how I typically laugh. For sure. You can hear it in my podcast all the time. I'm sure it drives people
17
crazy.
Through 25.
Like Zoink Scoob. Ruby, Ruby, Roo.
You recognize what's in those photographs?
Yes, I do.
What do they show?
They show the items that were removed from the washing machine as item number 39 laid out. It also shows additional items of evidence that were identified to be collected with evidence placards and the contents of the dryer.
With regard to item 39, what was that?
That's all the clothing items that were in that washing machine.
Okay. I move for the admission of exhibits numbers 17 through 25.
Honestly, I love the fact that these videos for each day are separated in such nice snippets because we don't have to really go, we don't have to speed through. Not that we could anyways, but we don't have to speed through it. So.
No objection, Your Honor.
Exhibits 17 through 25 are admitted.
Go ahead and take a look at these. Exhibit number 17. We see the placard 39. What is this up here?
It's a towel.
Right, and directly underneath
Thanks
it, what
to
are
you and
those?
Frankie. Thank you.
Socks.
And to the left?
Those are also socks.
Sir
Okay.
Elton is 1.5, and boy,
It does seem
he's
that,
put the whole bully box
you
thing
see
to
this part
shame.
up here on the towel?
I do.
It does seem that the towel is a bit discolored, doesn't it?
Yes, it does.
Thanks to one of our viewers, I actually have
Exhibit number 18,
a letter from Jodi
is that the same
that
towel?
he shared with me.
Yes, it is.
And it shows this
And maybe
other
either
end
today
here,
or
right?
Friday.
Yes.
Probably Friday in the beginning.
What is this right here?
I'll try and bring it up.
A t-shirt or a shirt of some kind.
Do you know what this is right here? I know the glare is bad, but
I don't recall specifically the particular clothing items that were contained.
and exhibit number 19. Do you know what these are right here?
Thanks, Andy.
Underwear,
And this,
He just made you say underwear.
another shirt.
and these right here.
Just made you say underwear.
They appear to be shorts.
Take a look at exhibit 216. You recognize it? Here.
They appear to be all those items in the photographs.
Here to be,
They're Victoria's, and she doesn't have very many secrets left. I went too far.
Scissors, why don't you go ahead and open it up? Take a look at what's in there and then tell me if this is in fact your item 39. Okay.
Yes, this is item 39.
All right. I move for the admission of exhibit 216.
No objection.
Exhibit 216 is admitted.
I'm dangerous even with context, so
Let's take a look at it. And where do you want to put it? Start with the bottom. This has some spots on there, right?
Yes, it does.
Are you familiar with what bleach is?
Yes, I am.
What is bleach?
It's a liquid that we use to clean our clean various things.
And do you know what bleach does to an item that has color to it?
It will take that color out and cause spotting.
With regard to the towel, is that consistent with bleach being added to the load?
Objection calls for speculation.
what?
You may answer yes or no, overruled.
Yes.
Take a look at the other items. What is that?
A t-shirt?
You know what size it is on there? Take a look at it.
It's marked medium.
And does it also have some spotting there?
Yes, it does.
Let's see what else we have there.
She was just making some tie-dye with bleach.
Those are the shorts or underwear.
Yes.
What else? All right, what else do you have?
It's my
What
kind
are
of
those?
joke.
Pair of shorts.
Let's see what else we have in that bag. What is that?
A t-shirt.
Okay. What else? Let's start with one sock. You have a blue sock in your left hand, right?
Yes.
Okay, next. What color sock is that?
Mostly gray.
Does it have any spotting on it?
Yes, it does.
Bullwinkle J Moose here.
Where is that?
A black sock.
Go ahead. Another sock?
Yes.
All right, what else? Is that a sock?
It is.
All right. We got another sock
Yes.
and
Another sock.
that's also another sock, correct?
Yes, it is.
Are those all the articles included in there?
No, they're not.
Okay, what else is there? What is that?
This is a pair of pants.
Are you familiar with the term sweatpants?
Yes.
Would that be what that is?
Yes.
What size are they?
Familiar with sweatpants?
They're marked men's large.
Anything else in that bag? And what is that?
A t-shirt,
And what's the size of that t-shirt?
large.
All right, try to have that item back. Let's take a look at another exhibit. It's exhibit number 20. And if we take a look at, first of all, exhibit 37, what is that? Or item 37, not exhibit 37, I apologize.
That is the memory card that was originally in the washing machine and then was collected as item 37.
And what was the color of that memory card?
From my recollection, it's blue.
Okay. And then we have some numbers here, 40 and 41. First of all, this appliance to the right is a what?
No, it's sweat
That's
made
a
of
dryer.
pants.
And now we have a close-up, exhibit 21.
Sorry,
of
Laura.
Those items as in relation to the dryer, correct?
Yes.
And what is item 40?
40 is a piece of duct tape that was found on the floor in the laundry room.
And exhibit 22 shows us a close-up of that, right?
Yes.
Exhibit 23 is the SIM card that we've been talking about, right?
Yes, it is.
Tonight, don't go.
And exhibit 24 is a close-up of that, right?
Yes.
Now, exhibit 25 are a bunch of items, right?
Yes, it is.
And they were in the dryer. Do you know what was in the dryer?
Bedding items.
Do you have the exhibit up there that will tell you what was in there?
Yes, I do. I have it labeled as bedding items.
All right, let's take a look at
Up.
exhibit 36 through, 28. I apologize, 28 through, well, let's do it this way, 27, 28, 29, 30, and 26. Recognize that?
Yes, I do.
What is it?
Those are photographs of the items from inside the dryer, as well as a photograph of them inside the dryer.
And are these true and accurate depictions of those
She
items?
didn't get
back
the
when
second load
investigation was
done.
conducted in June of 2008?
She almost
Yes, they
finished
are.
the first one.
I move for the admission of exhibits numbers 26.
Yeah, it's
30.
kind of like a. Sorry, everybody who has earbuds in. Well, I'm half sorry. No, I'm all sorry.
No objection, Your Honor.
Exhibits 26 through 30 are admitted.
That is a view of the contents of the dryer and the items that were going to be collected as item 41.
Exhibit number 27, what are we looking at here?
That is a overall photograph of all of the contents of 40 of the dryer that were going to be collected as 41 laid out, separated.
And exhibit 28. What are we looking at here?
A portion of the contents of the dryer.
She's not doing a great job of it.
30, I'm sorry, 29?
It looks smug, not sad.
Those are additional contents of the dryer.
Oh, wrong SMO.
And finally, number 30, what is that?
That is
Oh,
also
do you see
something
that
removed
sigh?
from the dryer.
Nothing worse than a
Take a
manufactured
look
sigh.
at exhibit number 12. You may want to just leave it aside. Recognize what's in there.
No, wax on, wax off.
Yes, I recognize this.
What is it?
This is the, all the contents of the dryer as collected as item 41, I believe.
Take a look. It is item 40.
Excuse me, it is item 41.
You need more gloves to open it and get into that?
If we're going to pull them out, I would like some additional gloves, please.
Yeah, you better give her like 3 pairs.
Would you like me to cut this open?
Look at
entirely?
that. They even
Just
cut her
enough
putting on
so
the
that
gloves.
you Pull the items out. and it's stable.
Carmen, thank you so much for gifting a membership. If you don't have gifts turned on, you can always do !gift and get those turned on. Welcome to the cult, Kristen Morona
What is
Cameron.
that?
Grab some Kool-Aid with a
Pillowcase?
C and an E because
Right.
of
What else?
copyright infringement. And grab your juror's chair.
Is it all right
Pull it
to
up
lay
to
them
the front.
directly on the desk as I pull them out, or would you like them put back in the bag?
If you feel comfortable, put them on the seat of the chair. How about that?
All right?
Just take that S off. If you take the S off, you'll get the message.
And what is that?
A pillowcase?
All right, next. And that?
It's another pillowcase.
It's the most ridiculous excuse ever.
That is what?
A towel?
Okay.
I just can't believe she said that.
What are those?
A pair of pants.
Do they have a size on them?
Yes, they do.
Okay. What size is that?
Size large.
Next.
Yeah. You know HR was right outside that door going,
What is that?
An additional pillowcase.
And that.
It's another pillowcase.
25, 25, 35, 35. She really should have folded them right out of the dryer,
Is
right?
that the last item in there?
No, it's not.
All right. What is that?
This is a bed covering of some sort with buttons.
Okay.
So
Yeah, gifts don't work well on the phone, especially iPhones.
Okay, what else
Browser
in
is the best way to go about it, or opening it on a browser on your phone. It's easy to figure their stuff out.
What is that?
a fitted sheet.
Anything else?
Oh, the bane of my existence. If you can fold a fitted sheet, you are a sorcerer, a wizard, and or a witch. And I salute you.
a flat sheet.
There's no washing those away. Not at all.
And that.
Another pillowcase.
And I believe that's all that you have in it, correct?
Yes, it is.
I'm putting everything back. Ma'am, let me show you exhibits 31 through 46.
She's gonna need decontamination chamber. For real. Life hacks. I need you to video that and send it so I know how to do it.
And do you recognize that?
Yes, I do.
What do you got there?
These are photographs of a portion of the downstairs of the house to include the laundry room, office, and downstairs bathroom, as well as items inside those rooms.
And are these true and accurate depictions of the scene as it existed back then in June 2000?
Yes, they are.
Move to the agenda exhibits 31 to 46.
Exhibits 31 through 46 are admitted.
Start with exhibit 31. And what are we looking at here?
That is another view of the laundry room from the vantage point of the doorway leading into the garage, into the corner.
What is this door here? Is this door leading to the garage, or is that the door leading somewhere else?
That door leads into the house, further into the house.
And exhibit 32, what is this?
That is the view into the laundry room through that doorway that we've just discussed.
Where is the doorway leading to the garage in this photograph?
If you were to enter through that doorway, it would be to your right.
Okay. 33. This area here, what is this back here?
That's the laundry room.
And what's to the left here? Do you know?
There is a closet and a doorway leading to an office space.
And to the right here, what's there?
A bathroom.
Do you know what this item is here? If you know.
It looks like a punching apparatus of some kind.
Exhibit 34, first of all, in the corner here, what is this right here?
That's the doorway leading from the house into the laundry room.
And this right here?
That is the entryway into the office space.
Exhibit 35. First of all, we look, what is this right here?
The laundry room,
And here?
the office space.
Exhibit number 36. What is that?
That's the view of the office space from the doorway.
Exhibit 37 is what?
A different view in the office space from a different corner of the room.
Exhibit number 38. What are we looking at there?
That is the desk in the office space, and there are items marked with evidence placards in that photograph.
This up here, what is that?
Box
Here,
for the
do you see that
camera?
white item there?
It's a closet door.
This white item.
Exhibit 39. What do we see here?
That is a photograph of the item that was collected as item 35LB.
Honestly, they must have been
and
really
it's a
worried
check.
about appeals, or they wouldn't be so doggone specific going through all of this
Exhibit
stuff.
number 222.
The only reason I can think of them being as detailed, I mean, obviously they're going to be detailed, but this is
Yes,
a lot.
What is it?
this is the box, including the check that was collected as item 35.
Okay. I move for the admission of exhibit 222.
No objection.
Exhibit 222 is admitted.
Let's take a look at that. First of all, what is the date on it?
5/25/08.
And what's the amount of the check?
200.
And who's the person, what's the account? What's the name holder on the account?
Jodi Arias.
$200.
It does have an address. Can you read that address or not?
I can.
What is it?
9634 East Nido Avenue, NIDO, Mesa, Arizona, 85209-2243.
And the person that it's made out to?
Travis Alexander,
And what's the amount of the check? I think you already,
200 cents.
and what is it for? Can you see what that's for?
The notes section indicates car payments dash April and May 2008.
And is it signed? Yes or no?
Yes.
What does it all mean, Basil? That's all I can think of when you say that.
Exhibit number 40 is what? What are we looking at here?
That's an additional view of a different corner of the office space from a different vantage point.
Exhibit 41.
4th, 2008.
What do we see here?
That's the final corner of the office space, and you're seeing the
Right.
entry doorway
That's what I'm saying.
from where the photographer's standing.
If we were to take a right, where would we be headed towards?
Out of the door,
Right.
you'd be headed towards the living area and kitchen.
No wonder he doesn't
if you
like
went
it.
to the right.
If we
But
were
I
to
am
go
excited
left,
to
where
have him on.
would we be going?
The
We'll
laundry
announce
room.
that one and we plan it or schedule it.
Exhibit number 42 is what?
Oh,
That's a photograph of the downstairs bathroom from the doorway.
Is that straight across from that door that we just saw?
oh, modified
Essentially
payments.
straight across, maybe a bit to the left and
Got it.
across.
And exhibit 43 shows us what?
Another view of the inside of that downstairs bathroom.
Exhibit 44,
Yes.
what are we looking at there?
A Kirk Normie.
That is a
That's the plan.
labeled stain that was tested by our biology unit.
And that has a number 3 by there, right?
Yes.
Way hard much.
Exhibit 45 is what?
That's a view of a stain, a reddish brown stain inside of the sink in that downstairs bathroom that was tested by the biology unit.
And exhibit 46 shows us what?
That's a close-up of the stain from inside the sink of the downstairs bathroom.
Brandi and I are still mind blown that we are possibly able to get some of the guests that we've been able to. And hopefully it's up from here. We got a lot of big plans to reach out to people, and so a lot coming. I'm excited. I certainly am more excited than she looks right now. That's for sure.
47 through
That would be awesome.
'61.
That's okay. I'm fine with that. Because if that didn't happen, one of our other mods, Cajun, was going to be working on that. So it worked out.
Where are they?
These are photographs of the remainder of the house, the
guessing he
downstairs
wants
portion
to.
of the house, the staircase leading to the loft upstairs, and the stairway itself.
All right. And again, are these really accurate depictions of when you were out at the scene back in June?
Yes, they are.
Move for the admission of exhibits 47 through 61.
No objection, Your Honor.
Exhibits 47 through 61 are admitted.
Okay, what are we looking at here?
That's a view of the dining room, living room area, and the hallway that led down to the office space, laundry room, and downstairs bathroom in the far portion of the photograph.
And what is this right here?
That's that punching apparatus that was in
Punching
near the
apparatus.
hallway.
Number 48?
And our bag.
That's a view of the front door from
I don't know.
that dining
It just
room,
doesn't have
living
the
room area.
Charisma
Where's the laundry room door from here?
that Camille
It would
does.
be to my left, where your pen is leading. Yes, that direction.
Oh, they look the same. For sure.
And I guess we'll ask about this 48. What is this right here?
A floor cleaner of some kind.
'49?
That's a view of the entry room and the front door.
And what are these items here? Do you know?
They're metal grids of materials that are linked together by those round pieces.
Okay.
Don't tell me he had a puppy.
Exhibit number 50.
Those could only
is
block a puppy.
what?
You're seeing a view of the kitchen from the area that had the couches
I'd pay for
near the
that.
dining area.
Okay. And what's this right here?
That's the staircase.
Exhibit 51. Do we see that same staircase?
Yes.
Is that right there?
Yes, it is.
Exhibit 52.
It's
What are we
very
looking
true.
at there?
The reverse is a lot meaner,
That's a
isn't
view
it?
from the hallway that you would enter from the front door, looking into the dining, kitchen, living area, and the beginning of the staircase.
And these things right here, what are those?
It's true.
those metal grids similar to what was shown in that entry area.
But those are not aligned in any way, right? In other words, they're not put up.
No.
Exhibit 53. Now what are we looking at?
You're seeing a view down the hallway towards the laundry room, office space, bathroom, as well as a portion of the staircase to show their relationship to each other.
And this is the staircase right here.
Yes, it is.
Exhibit 54.
If you type !mail, you'll get my address to send. Just, I'm kidding.
Shows us
Just
what?
kidding.
That is a view of the staircase and what you see from the bottom of the staircase.
Exhibit 55 is what?
A view from about halfway up the stairs, slightly more perhaps.
Halfway Up the Stairs is one of the best songs from the Muppets.
Exhibit
I
56
love that song.
is
That is showing a small possible fiber piece of fabric that was collected as an item of evidence.
Halfway down the stairs, not up.
exhibit number 57.
I don't think so.
That is what?
That's a close-up of that item that
Somebody in
was
the chat.
identified as an item of evidence and
Definitely answer
collected later on.
Now number 58. What are we looking at here?
That is a view from a corner of the loft that is at the top of the staircase. It's showing the area where the staircase ends and the entry into the master bedroom.
And is this the master bedroom door?
Yes.
Exhibit number 59.
That is showing
Was it from a
a black
Nigerian
bag
prince?
that was identified as an item of evidence to
That's
be
John
collected in
Thomas.
the loft.
Are you familiar with exhibit number
Oh my God, her
231?
profile looks exactly the same. Look at that. That's insane.
Yes, I am.
What is it?
This is the item that I collected as item number 24LB. It's the doorknob from the right door of the master bedroom double doors.
Okay. I move for the admission of exhibit number 231.
The objection.
None, Your Honor.
231 is admitted.
Take a look at this exhibit and describe the locking and unlocking mechanisms of this door appliance.
The unlocking mechanism is a key hole.
Okay.
The locking mechanism is a flat piece that's turned.
Which one was on the inside and which one was on the outside of that door?
The inside was the locking mechanism, which has the flat piece that turns, and the exterior doorknob was the one that has the unlocking key mechanism on it.
So in order to get into that room, if it had been locked from the inside, would a person need a key?
Yes,
And in order to lock it, if you were inside, would a person need a key or would they just need to turn the knob or the item there?
a key would not be necessary.
So does that mean that the person could just turn the little knob there or bump or whatever and close it from the inside and lock it?
Yes.
In Exhibit 231, the item that we're looking at here, is that the inside or the outside?
It was the interior doorknob.
And you were talking about turning, this is what you would turn, correct?
Thank you for
Yes.
everything.
And this portion of it right here, is that the inside or the outside?
That was the exterior side of the doorknob.
And that's the one that would require the key, correct?
Yes.
Exhibit number 60 is what? What are we looking at there?
That is a closer view of that black bag
Image.
from the loft that was collected as item 31 LB.
And exhibit 61,
It's the camera bag. Is it?
what is that?
Looks like
That's a
it.
view of the contents of that black bag.
Take a look at exhibit 213.
He just has.
You recognize
he
it?
is so good at
Yes, I do.
projecting.
What is it?
Truly,
This is the black camera bag that was
And those
collected as
mics
item
are
31
sensitive.
LB.
the gain is
All right.
turned up, but overall, he just projects like a champ.
I move the addition of exhibit number 213.
No objection.
213 is admitted.
Do you want gloves for this or not?
I prefer gloves, yes.
I'm gonna get them for you.
Thank
He asked
you.
that twice. Yes, she wants gloves. Good grief! Give the woman just the box. Just give the woman the box. In fact, you know what? Forget that. Give her oven mitts, please.
Thank you, sir.
Don't touch them. That's not sanitary. Let her pull them out of the box. Oh.
I assume I'm opening
Sure.
this.
Thank you.
Good night. And don't go.
And open it up. What is it that we have inside? Open it.
Just a strap. A lens attachment of some
Yeah.
kind.
That's the camera bag for sure.
That appears to be everything.
All right. You can put that in there.
Are you folding it and sending it to Antarctica? Just saying. Just asking. It's like trying to fit all the books back into your locker after you took them out.
Let's take a look at exhibits
Good grief.
62 through 72.
But it wasn't it wasn't the right sauce. You got to talk to Annie about the sauce. Truly, that barbecue sauce that I had the other night, that whole shot glass, whoa, so good.
You recognize
Still
those?
so
Yes,
good.
I do.
I do not regret.
These are
anything
photographs
about
of
it.
the entry into the master bedroom itself, the master bedroom closet, and a portion of the bathroom in the master bedroom.
I move for the addition of exhibits number 62 through 72.
Council exhibits 63, 64, and 68 have already been admitted.
That's correct. That's what we were talking about.
Yes, sir. No objections to those photos previously not admitted being admitted.
All right, 62 through 72 will be admitted.
Let's take a look at photograph, which is number 62. And what are we looking at here?
That is the view into the master bedroom from the doorway.
And we've taken a look at the lock or the
Oh, no.
the door.
I got a
handle
better one.
Way before.
And as
Yes,
soon
we
as it
have.
goes on sale, I will be linking it here.
Exhibit number
Just wait. If
65
I have a
shows
better
us
one.
what?
I don't mean I do. One of our mods, Annie, does. And
A view of the
apartment.
bedroom, the master bedroom,
Specifically what?
get ready.
the bed, and one of the sides of the bedroom.
In this one, we see that the bedding, if you will, is crumpled up on the bed. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
Is that the way the bed was found?
Somebody
When
tell
you were
my
there?
wife.
That was
Somebody tell
how it appeared when I was there, yes.
66 shows us what?
That's another view of the bed from the opposite side and more of the bedroom itself.
And what is this right here?
That is a doorway leading, one of the doorways in the master bedroom closet.
So where does it lead to? Is there more than 2 doors from the bedroom going into the bedroom closet?
No, that's the doorway from the bedroom to the closet.
All right. Exhibit 67, what are we looking
Getting
at there?
Getting it.
That is a view from inside the master bedroom of that doorway from the bedroom to the closet, the entryway to the hallway that leads down to the bathroom, and the door into the master bedroom.
Ooh. Well. Good grief.
Exhibit 69 shows us what?
That is a view of the interior of the master bedroom closet
I did
from
scan this
that
testimony.
doorway from the bedroom into the closet.
There wasn't
And
anything
what is this right here?
specific to victim.
That is a doorway leading from the master
Oh.
bedroom closet into the master bathroom.
All seen.
While you were there, did you notice whether or not there was any blood
Just
in
to
this area here?
Let you all know.
Master bedroom closet.
I did not see any blood in that area or
And-
red staining.
And if it had been there and marked, would you have photographed it?
What was the objection?
It's outside your scope.
Overruled. You may answer.
Can you please repeat the question?
If there was a stain that was marked there, would you have photographed it?
Yes,
And were you the person that actually looked for these stains or not?
I was not.
Beautiful observation. It
But
makes
you
me
would
so
have
happy
photographed
to see
anything that was marked there, correct?
Yes.
It really is. Look at those shoes.
Number 70,
That shoe collection.
what do we see here?
That's a deeper view into the closet from that same vantage point, showing some of the
It had to
contents.
be like 35 or
And
40,
this
right?
right here?
Holy
That
cow.
is the doorway leading into the master bathroom from the closet.
And if we look down here, what is this area here?
30,
Carpeting
30,
inside the
40.
closet,
Okay, and this right here?
that's tile in the bathroom.
Exhibit 71, if we start at the top, what are we looking at here?
That is a view into the master bathroom from the doorway in the closet leading into the bathroom.
And this right here is what?
Carpeting,
And right here?
tile,
And then if we go back here, what is this area here?
the vanity and sinks from within the master bathroom.
And this right here, what is that?
A door for a linen closet inside the master bathroom.
And this hallway that we've been talking about, take a look at exhibit number 67, told us about this hallway here. We take a look at exhibit number 71, where would the hallway be in relationship to this door, the sink?
It's to the right.
So it'll be right down this way.
That's correct.
Exhibit 72, starting here, what is this right here?
That is the door and doorway that is leading to the master bedroom closet.
And this right here is what?
A portion of that hallway we've discussed.
That what? I didn't hear you. I didn't
The
catch.
hallway that we've discussed.
Okay. And this right here is what?
The door for the linen closet that's in the master bathroom.
Where does this hallway lead?
To the master bedroom.
And if we take a look at exhibit number 67, is this what you're talking about? The hallway that we just discussed?
Yes, it is.
And this right here is,
The bathtub in the bathroom.
and right here,
That's the shower.
and this,
That's the victim inside of the shower.
and this greenish, bluish.
I believe it's robe.
Oh no, Jodi, you need to look at these, all of them.
Take a look at exhibits 76.
All right.
Through 80.
Good
82.
night. You should have been in bed like an hour and a half ago. That's all I'm saying.
To 87.
But also, best partner in streaming, right there. That's fair.
What are they?
These are photographs of the victim, additional photographs of the bathroom, and some items from inside the bathroom.
And again, were they as they existed back in June of 2008?
Yes.
Move for the admission of exhibit 77 through 80, 82 through 87.
No objections, Your Honor.
Exhibits 77 through 87 are admitted.
Exhibit number 76. What are we looking at there?
That's a photograph of the victim inside of the shower and a plastic cup that was found in the shower with the victim.
Take a look at exhibit 230.
That's the sauce. That's the sauce.
Recognize it?
That's the
Yes,
website
I
to
do.
the south.
What is it?
This is that plastic cup from inside the shower.
It looks kind of black or dark. Is that mold or what is that?
This item was processed in the laboratory for latent prints.
Yep, slick.
And you indicated that there was a couple of processes that could be used, one of them being powder.
I'm gonna say that
And
that's
the other
the
one would be
official
liquid
barbecue sauce
crystal
of
white,
13th
correct?
Juror.
Those were types of processing that we do at a scene.
Right.
Yes.
But in this one, powder was used, right?
This item was brought back to the laboratory and was processed with a variety of different things.
All right. And were any results obtained?
I may refer to my reports.
Holler at Annie, one of our mods. She can tell you all about it.
No latent prints
Right
were
now,
developed
website.
on the plastic cup.
One of the things that you told us was that there were environmental factors that would affect whether or not
Good night, sir.
an individual leaves a latent fingerprint. Do you remember we discussed that earlier?
Yes, I do.
With regard to water, if water is run on an item, will that affect the ability to later obtain a latent fingerprint?
It can, yes.
Why?
In some cases, if water is run over a surface, it may
half and
obscure
half.
that latent impression that was left behind. It could wash away the residue
If I
or
remember
something
right.
of that nature.
Half and half.
And how about if the person is
Vinegar
turning
slash tomato,
the cup as
I
they're
believe.
doing whatever it is they're doing with it? Would that also
Annie
affect
will
whether
yell
or
at me
not
if I get it
they
wrong.
might leave behind a usable latent fingerprint?
How an item is handled will always affect whether or not a latent print is left behind or not.
I move for the admission of exhibit.
No objection.
230 is admitted.
Exhibit number 77, what are we looking at?
It's a lower view of the victim inside of the shower stall.
And
Yeah,
what
this
is this
is-
right here?
Travis's sister,
Is that the wall, I guess is what I'm
the guy
saying?
next to her.
Yes,
is
it's the
her
wall of the
husband,
shower stall.
And then the
And-
one next to her on the right is her
Is
his other sister.
This is his right foot, correct?
Yes, it is.
Is that touching that wall?
Yes, it is.
How about the left knee? Is that also touching the wall?
Yes.
And if we look over here to the right, what portion of his anatomy is that?
It's his right knee.
Is that touching the wall also?
It looks like it is. I don't know specifically if it is or not.
If we go back to exhibit number 76, his head, correct?
Yes, it is.
Is that up against the portion of the shower there?
Yes, it is.
Now, exhibit 78, we're starting to see, first of all, the victim's body here, correct?
That is the victim inside the shower stall, yes.
And 2, 3, and 4, what are we looking at there?
Those were some hair and fiber-like materials that were found around the shower stall that were designated to be collected as items of evidence.
And exhibit number 79, we're also looking at this area here, right?
2 is actually just indicating the hairs that you see here on the floor.
Right.
But you can see the red staining in this photograph.
And this is, what is this, the trim right here?
Baseboard trim of some kind, yes.
And there's also some staining up here, correct?
Yes,
And there's also staining here.
yes.
Exhibit number 80 is what?
That's a fiber-like material that was found on the floor in the bathroom that was collected as item number 3LB.
And exhibit number 82, we're now looking at what?
You can see a small portion of the shower stall with the victim inside, the bathtub, and a doorway leading into what I called the toilet room. The toilet's contained in that room, there's a door, and then a portion of the bathroom to the right side of the photograph.
What's this right here?
It's a towel.
Take a look at exhibit number 228, see if you recognize it.
Yes, I recognize it.
What is it?
This is that same towel from the master bathroom.
Was there 1 or 2 towels there?
I believe there's only one.
When you say you believe, it means you're not sure. Why don't you go ahead and open it and take a look at it and make sure?
Okay.
Should have just said you were sure. Also, give her some gloves. Oh, there was a tear on the cheek. So kudos to her for that. There was a tear. You're right. You're right. It wasn't. Yep. Yep.
It's a single towel.
Why don't you hold it up for us? What's the exhibit number on it, please? It's the green tag.
228.
I move for the admission of exhibit
Oh, she
228.
straight up pulled that. Oh, there are the gloves.
228 is
Okay.
admitted.
Why don't you, take a look at the label there on there and see repeat what it says? You can read that for us?
It says Bianca, Bianca concept by Mundo Textile, MUNDOTEXTIL, all one word.
All right. Put it back in the container.
All right, everybody, pop quiz. What was she singing? Yes, her nose also contains tear duct.
This is the towel that you
There's a
previously
knob in the
looked
back of
at.
her head where she turns
It
it
is
on and off.
from Exhibit number 216 from the washer. Do you remember talking about that?
Yes, I do.
Why don't you read the label on this one for me?
Labeled Bianca concept by Mundo Textile.
Do at least the labels, are they from, do the labels match? How about that?
Yes, they do.
And if we hold these two up, I'll hold this one here, and you hold the other one up. They seem to be a little bit different in shades, correct?
Yes, they do.
And also one is spotted and one is not, right?
That's
correct.
Okay.
Yeah, there's no twisting of a face. There's no reddening. There's no. Yeah. It literally is one of the best things that I've ever had. It goes on everything. It's gone on chicken. It's gone on eggs.
Exhibit 83 shows us, first of all, what is this right here?
That's the victim inside of the shower stall.
And this is the
bathrobe.
And this right here?
Some staining or some material that was seen on the wall by the shower stall.
Exhibit number 84, we're looking at what?
That is a view of the bathtub inside the master bathroom.
And this room was what again?
I called it the toilet room. It's the room that contained the toilet in the bathroom.
And what is this right here?
That is red staining, reddish brown staining that was seen on the wall
And
or door jamb.
I may have to show you the photograph because of the glare on this one. You know what this is down here? If you want, I'll bring the photograph up there.
That's a bath mat.
Okay. And it's right here. That's the bath mat, right?
Yes, it is.
Number 85, what are we looking at there?
That's another view of the same bath mat that we discussed.
And this right here on the left, what is that?
That is the door jamb of the entry into the toilet room with the red staining that we saw in the previous photograph.
And this right here is what?
More staining,
And down here on the ground is?
more reddish brown substance.
And this right here?
It's also a reddish brown stain.
On the map, correct?
Correct.
And this right here is what right there?
Additional staining.
The towels that we looked at, where are they in relationship to this staining right here where I'm pointing to?
The towel that is in front of me is directly above, maybe slightly further back from that. It's on, hanging from that wall in the
Okay.
photograph.
Exhibit 86. What are we looking at here?
That's a view of some of the staining on the walls and tile floor of the master bathroom, showing the entry into the toilet room, and you can see more of the bathroom itself.
And this up here?
That's this towel here.
Exhibit 87 is what?
That's a more mid-range close-up view of the reddish staining that's on the door jamb and some of the floor leading into the toilet room.
You see that right back there?
Yes, I do.
What is that?
more reddish brown staining that was on the bottom pedestal of the toilet.
Do you recognize what's in these photographs?
Yes, I do.
What do they show?
Those are photographs of the master bathroom, including staining, shows the sink area and the interior of the linen closet that's also in the bathroom.
Are
It'd be really cool to have
pictures
Dr.
of the
G
scene
on to
when you
talk about
worked on it back in
throwback cases.
June of 2008?
Yes, they are.
That would be great. I would love that.
No objection, Your Honor.
Exhibits 88 through 116 are admitted.
Hi.
Start with 88, and we are looking at what here?
That's a view of the toilet inside of the room, the toilet room.
89, we're looking at what now?
That's showing the reddish staining that's on the pedestal of that toilet.
And that would be right there.
Yes, it is.
Number 90 is what?
A closer view of those stains.
And these are it right here, correct?
Yes, they are.
91 is, what is this here?
This is showing staining on both the tile floor and the wall. You can see the entry to the toilet room on the left side of the photograph. And that's the wall that would be along the side of the toilet room that we've seen in other photographs.
And is this the wall where the towel is?
Yes.
And this is the staining that you're talking about?
Yes, that's correct.
And is this also a stain here on the left?
Yes, it is.
92, if we go to the upper right, what do we see up here?
That's this towel.
And what are we looking at here?
That's a view of some of the staining from a different vantage point.
93 is what?
That is a view of one of the corners of the bathroom from around the area where the shower stall would be, from that direction to the corner of the bathroom.
And what is this right here?
The sinks within the bathroom.
94 shows us what?
Some of the floor in that master bathroom, the walls, the reddish staining, and 2 scales that were inside that bathroom.
95?
That is a mid-range photograph of one of the scales with placard number 15 because that item was collected as 15 LB by me.
And number 96?
That depicts the scale and also what was beyond the vanity in the bathroom containing the sink. So you can see a trash can and some staining near that scale.
And is this staining here too or not?
I don't recall.
97 is what?
That is a view of the vanity and sinks in the master bathroom.
And you found this was open when you were there, correct?
To the best of my recollection, yes.
98, what are we looking at here?
That is reddish brown staining and reddish brown substance that was inside and on top of the sink in the master bathroom.
Y'all, I'm showing these. I'm not going to show the victim, but I think
99 is what? What are we looking at here?
I'm always walking a tightrope with this.
That's another view of the right side sink in the master bathroom with staining. There's also scales in the photograph that were placed in order to do additional documentation photographs of that
Hopefully,
staining
the way
within
that
the
I'm
mirror
balancing this
and
is
sink
okay for you
areas.
guys. I know none of this is comfortable, but if I can make it at least a little
And
bit
100
more
is what?
comfortable than anything, just
Another
Sorry,
view
please.
of the same staining with the scales for reference.
And it also shows us the edge here, doesn't it?
Yes, it does.
And it does have red. Does it have red staining on it?
Yes, it does.
There is something here on the upper left. What is that?
That is a letter marker D to indicate which area was photographed.
And exhibit 101 shows us what?
A closer view of the staining that would be within that D area or quadrant.
102?
That's an overhead view of the sink on the right side and the staining on top of the sink and countertop.
This looks like a wipe pattern. Are you familiar with like wiping or not?
Swipe.
I don't do blood spatter
Okay.
interpretation.
Smart not saying that. Good. Yeah, that definitely looks like a swipe.
103 shows us what now?
A closer view of some of the
disgust
staining
that
on the
man's
sink.
face is so genuine.
It's actually inside the sink with the outlet valve there, right?
That's correct. It was both inside the sink and on top of the
Debbie.
sink.
.104. What are we looking at there?
That's another overhead view of the staining on the sink and the vanity top with some scales and letter and number designators.
This bottle that's here, do you see whether or not it has any staining on it? Can you tell?
I see staining around it.
Brandi.
I'm not sure if there's any on
Better
the
late
bottle.
than never.
Take a look at exhibit
That's not what
104.
Brandi sounds like at all.
Okay. It appears that there's staining on the bottle, yes.
The bottle is not knocked over, right?
No, it's not.
And 105, we're looking at these patterns, whatever they may be, on a different portion of the sink, right?
Yes.
In terms of coloring, these on the left look a lot darker than the ones on the right, correct?
Yes, they do.
106 now, it's over to more to the right. And we see that staining there, correct?
Yes.
.107 is what?
That's a photograph of the staining on the sink from a different viewpoint, shows the edge of the sink and some of the spatter inside of the sink running down.
Right here, is what we're
Yes.
looking at. 108 is?
That is a photograph of the staining that I designated D1. That area was swabbed and collected as a sample.
And 109, what is this right here?
That is the linen closet or closet that's in the master bathroom.
And this right here? See this right here?
That's red
Oh,
staining
one.
substance that's on the tile in the bathroom.
Yes.
I want you to look at this
Exactly.
box, and there you go. Can you see that box there?
Yes, I can.
Why weren't you crying during opening statements?
Do you see this right here on the bottom of that box?
Yes, I do.
This is
I know we can look at it, but you were there. Can you
Very
describe
personal.
it any better than what our eyes are looking at?
It was a light gradient of red staining running up the box, what appeared to be running up the box.
And in front of it is this red, larger stain.
Yes,
And were these also stains here?
yes, they are.
And while I have this of course is,
rage and jealousy.
what's this white thing here?
That's the door to that
Unwarranted,
closet
right?
in the
Rage
master bathroom.
and jealousy.
Do you know what this is right here?
Yes, I do.
I'm gonna bring it in a little bit. What is that?
That is a cartridge casing that was found on the floor in the master bathroom.
There
And
it
did you
is.
seize that cartridge?
Yes, I
casing?
did.
I want you to take a look at exhibit number 216.
Sure was. That was in opening statements too.
What is it?
That's the cartridge casing that I collected as number 1 LB.
I move for the admission of exhibit number 218.
No objection.
216, 18 is admitted.
When you packaged it, did you notice the caliber of it, write down the caliber of it or not?
I documented what was written on the head stamp of the cartridge casing, yes.
And what was written on the head stamp of this cartridge casing?
WIN 25 auto.
Do you know what WIN stands for? It may not be your area.
It's not my area.
Do you know what the 25 stands for?
I believe it's the caliber, but I don't work in
That's
firearms.
not your area. Okay. Let's look a little bit at a wider view of this. That's the casing. And then we've looked at this area here. I'm going to pan out a little bit more. And what is this right here?
That's the cartridge casing.
And this up here is
The right side sink.
exhibit number 110, shows us what?
That's a closer view of the cartridge casing on the bathroom floor.
And it also shows us that there's what? You see this right up here?
She staged a break-in.
There's red staining and red substance all over the
Took like
floor.
$10
as well.
of her own money. And like,
And exhibit
Got it.
111 shows us,
A closer view of the cartridge casing.
and this right here is just some red staining, correct?
Yes.
couldn't pour water out of a boot with instructions on the heel.
It may be stating the obvious, but I'm going to ask you, to the naked eye, your eye, and you were there, is there any staining on the top of this casing that's in this red stain?
Not that I see.
See that?
It's a little blurry, but I still don't see any red staining on the top.
Exhibit number 112.
Red staining would imply that she put the cartridge in
Now what are we looking at
after,
here? Starting with
you
this
did the
corner here, what is
stabbing.
that?
That's the sink.
which is
For
the
a portion of
equivalent
the
of kind of
sink
reloading.
pedestal.
But
And
her hands would have
this
been
down
covered.
here is,
She would have put the
That's the
cartridge
cartridge casing, and it's photographed with evidence placard number 1.
and
Which-
up here,
That's a
That.
towel.
and down here,
That's the hallway that leads from the master bedroom to the master bathroom or vice versa.
and right here.
That is the doorway leading from the bathroom into the closet.
Exhibit 113 is the staining and what?
A mid-range view of item number 1, LB, with placard 1.
And it shows some staining there also, right?
It does.
114 is the placard and a close-up of the casing, correct?
Yes, it is.
Exhibit number 115 shows us the box, right?
Correct.
And then it shows us the items in the closet. Number 11, what is number 11?
It's a USB thumb drive that was a Targus brand that was collected from inside that closet.
A what now?
A USB storage device,
Okay.
thumb drive.
That was what number was that?
That was 11.
And what was number 10 then?
It's a prepaid legal services business card.
Okay. And now 116, what are we looking at here?
That is red substance staining that's on the floor in the master bathroom and hallway to the master bathroom.
And now are we headed into the master bathroom and
Guilty on
bedroom
all
now?
6 counts.
You're
life
heading
without
down
parole
the
since 5
hallway
years.
towards the master bedroom and that, to the
Okay.
right.
Great, thank you.
Ms. Connor, you are still under oath. Do you understand?
Yes.
Mr. Martinez, you may continue.
Your name, please?
Heather Connor.
Judge, I had exhibit 249 marked. And previously, we could use it as poster form, and I was asked to substitute a smaller version of it. So for the record, 249 is now Yeah, let's take a look at exhibit 249.
This is day 2 of the
And
trial.
your name, please?
It's Heather Connor.
And you were
Day 2
testifying
of
here
her testimony,
previously,
yeah,
correct?
out of 18
Yes.
or whatever.
Where we left off last time, Thursday, we were talking about this area here, correct?
Yes, we were.
And specifically, we were talking about what was inside of that closet, correct?
Yes, we were.
Take a look at exhibit 219 and tell me if you recognize it.
Yes, I do.
What is it?
This is a business card that was collected as item number 10LB.
And just for illustrative purposes, if we then go to our diagram, do we see the number 10 there?
Yes,
And that's where that was collected from?
that's correct.
What is it? What is
Oh,
it?
she's
It's a
got the
business
glasses
card.
on.
For whom?
Oh, is this the next day?
Do you know who it's for?
I believe,
Well,
may I see it, please?
I think this is day 3. I think we moved into day 3. However,
It says Travis Alexander on the card.
I think we can finish this. See, this is what I'm talking about. Sometimes
move
we're
the
going to push
admission of
into
exhibit
days,
219.
and that's fine. She grabbed her
Any
glasses.
objection?
None, Your Honor.
Exhibit 219 is admitted.
Yep. Okay. So a little bit of day 3. The attorney's still in red. So apparently that's her power color. But this is our day 2. Yes, our day
Exhibit
2.
219.
Did I fall asleep? No.
Basically, that's what the card looks like, correct?
I'm looking at like
Yes.
5 different windows and screens and stuff, while also paying attention to the trial. So
I'm going to show you some other photographs. These are exhibits 117 through 140. Take a look at them.
for merit, yep.
Do you recognize them?
Yes, I do.
What are they on?
These are photographs of the hallway that is between the master bedroom and bathroom, as well as photos from inside the master bedroom and bathroom and items and the overall appearance of those areas.
Certainly
a
not
look at,
Christopher Lloyd and the
exhibit
page
number-
master.
249
That's right. I pulled that.
is the area that we're talking about, this hallway here. Is that what we're talking about?
That's correct.
And were these taken back during the investigation in June of 2008?
Yes, they were.
Move for the admission of exhibits 117 through 140.
Objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
Exhibits 117 through 140 are admitted.
Ma'am, let's take a look at exhibit 117. What are we looking at here?
Yeah, team building.
That is red staining on the tile floor in the bathroom.
All right, where specifically in the bathroom are we talking about here?
From this view, it appears to be close to the closet that was in the bathroom.
If we then take a look at exhibit 118, does that show you where that spot is?
On the list.
Yes, yes, it does.
All right, so let's go
Along
back
with
to
Eileen Warnos.
117.
Etc. A lot of good stuff.
Where is this spot if we then look at our diagram?
That would be where the swinging door is
Right here?
in that
She
region,
actually
yes.
looks pretty good. We brought up the picture a little earlier. I can bring it up
And-
again if you want to see it.
This right here is what?
That's the door for that closet.
So where were you, how were you taking this photograph? Or how was this
It's-
photo?
It's a
Hour and a
bird's eye view of that region, of that staining.
And right here is what? Do you know what that is right there?
That's the cardboard box that was inside of the closet.
Exhibit 118. What do we have here?
You see a portion of that same staining area, and you see a better view of the cardboard box from inside the closet in the master bathroom.
And what is this right here? Do you know what that is? Did you note that, or do you have any idea what that is?
In the photographs, it appears to be red substance of some kind.
All right. Let's take a look at exhibit number 119. Do you see this stain here?
Yes, I do.
If we go back to exhibit number 118, do we see that same stain?
You see a portion of that same stain, yes.
Where?
In the lower right region.
So now what are we looking at?
This is a view of the tile floor in the bathroom and heading towards the hallway, as well as evidence placards marking items 5 through 7 that were to be collected.
And if we say this is 5, what number is this one?
That would be 6.
And this one is where number 7 is, right?
That's correct.
There are also some placards further up here, correct?
I do see those now, yes.
Where does this room lead into, right here?
That is the master bedroom closet.
And what is this down here?
The master bathroom, or excuse me, bedroom.
And if we're looking at it this way, where is the body?
Would be, from this vantage point, would be to your right.
It would be this way, correct?
Yes.
That's number 119. And the vantage point is from here this way, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And to get this issue of the placards taken care of, you said this was to 5, this was 6, and this was 7, correct?
Yes.
Just sort of to see if we can follow it. What is 5? What do your records indicate 5 is?
May I see the report that was submitted
Sure.
last Thursday?
Take a look at that exhibit 276. See if that helps you. Look at it, and then I will re-ask you the question.
Thank you.
Okay, what's number 5?
Possible hairs and or fibers that were collected from inside the bathroom.
And number 6?
Is a possible hair.
And number 7?
Is also possible fibers or hair.
Let's take a look at exhibit number 7. I'm sorry, 120. And what are we seeing here?
It's more of a mid-range view of the tile floor in that hallway and the items marked as 5, 6, and 7.
And then we also see, what is this? Is this some staining here that we have here?
Yes, there was quite a bit of staining visible in this photograph.
121 shows us what?
A closer view of the items that were collected as number 5 LB.
Right? And what is this area here?
That's the carpeting inside of the closet.
And what is this right here? What is this called?
I would call from personal experience a baseboard.
All right. $122, what are we looking at there?
That is a possible shoe impression that was found on the tile floor in the bathroom.
And what number is that you marked it?
It was labeled impression number 1 when it was photographed with the scale.
We could do it as a one-off.
If we take a look at this diagram, do you know where it was found?
Yes. It is.
Go ahead.
It is, you see a bubble that says shoe impression in an oval with an arrow pointing to where it was somewhat between 5 and 6.
You said that it was labeled number 1, right?
It was.
Hi.
Well, if I go down here to this
Thanks for
diagram,
joining.
which is exhibit 249, see this right there?
I do.
Isn't that a number 1 already?
It is.
And what is number 1 here?
That was item number 1LB. That was a cartridge casing.
Okay, so how do you differentiate so that we can keep them straight?
Some items that are not able to be collected will be labeled with a letter, some with a number, and some may be
No.
labeled with a combination of the two. In this case,
I'd have to do a narrative of some sort.
latent impressions, finger and palm impressions were labeled with letters.
Not much
The
different
shoe
than what I
impression
do
was
for my
labeled
podcast.
impression number 1. It was just a manner for us to keep track of what was being photographed.
I understand that. How do we know that number 1 isn't the same as a cartridge casing? How do you keep track of that? Do the photographs assist you in that? Is that how that's done?
Photographs and report, correct.
All right.
I love how
Exhibit
welcoming y'all
number
are.
123, what are we looking at here?
That is a close-up view of a portion of the possible hair that was collected as item number 6LB.
Is this the hair that we're talking about? Possible?
That's a portion of it, yes.
Exhibit
Method
124 shows us
This
what?
is my acting voice.
The placard has been moved to show more of that
Late
hair
1800s, I
along the
think.
floor, or possible hair.
Exhibit 125. What do we see here?
That's an overall view of the hallway and floor, including the red staining from the hallway in the master bathroom.
How is this different from anything that we've been seeing?
There are no evidence placards in this.
In terms of processing a scene or investigating a scene, how, in this photograph that we have here, what is the process whereby the photographs are taken? What is the sequence of the photographs taken and the placards placed? Why don't you explain that to me?
Absolutely. When we first arrive at a scene, we will take overall entry photographs of the residence or wherever the scene is to document its condition when we arrived.
14
There
minutes
won't
left.
be any evidence placards or anything in those photographs so that it's showing the location of items within the residence or scene without us having introduced anything by the crime scene investigator. Once items have been identified as needing to be collected, we will take additional photographs of those items. We will mark those items with evidence placards so that we can keep track of which item is which in the photographs and in diagrams, for example. And additional photographs will be taken of the scene again with those evidence placards in the photograph. That's for later reference. So the first photographs have no evidence marking, and the second photographs will have evidence marking, sets of photographs.
In taking a look at exhibit number 125, I want you to note this area here. Do you see that right there?
Yes.
What is that? Where does that lead to?
That is the closet, the linen type closet that was in the master bathroom.
And we've talked about the trim here at the bottom, haven't we?
Yes, we have.
And then also take a look at this, for example. You see that right there?
Yes.
And I'll bring it up just so that we can look at it. See that?
Yes.
If we then go to exhibit number 126 to orient yourself.
Yeah, I just found the PDF.
Do you see this right here?
Yes, I do.
And this right
Yeah.
here?
Yes.
Looking at those, area are we looking at there?
That is a portion of the west wall near the bottom of the wall in the bathroom, near the linen closet.
And in looking at this, these do appear to be a little bit more red or brown or dark than this over here. Do you see that?
Volume
see
1
that,
is
yes.
907
Is that a function
pages.
of the camera or is that how they work?
That's just volume 1.
These were as the scene appeared when we took the photographs,
What I'm
when the
saying-
photographs were taken.
Right, I understand that, but is this because of the photo, of the camera, or is it true that this was darker than this when you were out there? I'm asking from your personal observation. I'm asking from your personal observations.
There were differences in the color, yes.
And exhibit 127.
Please
What
tell
are we
me.
seeing here?
You actually
This
have
is a view of the baseboard,
so,
wall, and tile
what is their
floor
name?
in the hallway bathroom, the hallway between the bathroom and bedroom.
And what is this over here? What is that right there? Is that carpet?
It appears to be carpet.
Well, why don't you take a look at it so that you can tell us, you were out there, right?
Absolutely.
Well, why don't you take a look at 127 and tell us what that is?
That is the carpet in the,
Objection as to foundation. She hasn't testified to testing any of this.
Ask another question.
What is this right over here?
that's the carpet in the master bedroom.
Okay. And again, is this a true and accurate depiction of this area and whatever marks are there as it existed back then?
Yes, it is.
Exhibit 128. What is this up here?
That is the door leading to the linen closet in that hall, in that bathroom.
And this right here is what? What direction? Is this east or west?
That's the west wall.
And this right here is?
Red staining on the carpet in the master bedroom.
It is the master bedroom then, correct?
That is correct.
If that's the west wall, what wall is this one right here?
The east wall.
To get to the body from this area here, where would a person have to go starting here to get to the body?
You would walk forward to the area near the linen closet and look to your left.
And if we look at exhibit number 249, because the directional is up here is north, how would they be able to walk?
You would walk south and then to the east.
I'm looking at this diagram. I'm going to bring it in pretty close so that way. And if you need to, I'll bring it up to you. Okay. From, what is that number there? Do you know how, can you read that there or not? It's trying to focus it.
Is it?
11 foot 4 inches is what I can see.
And over here on the right is what?
12
Yeah, Monday,
feet,
Wednesday,
6
Friday.
inches.
Okay.
Because both I need a break, and I think you all are so awesome for sticking around so late. I think it's good to have breaks.
Let's take a look at exhibit 129. First of all, which wall is this, east or west?
Will you zoom back for me?
See that up there?
Yes,
Okay, so which wall is this right here?
that's the west wall.
And we do see some placards down here, right?
Yes,
8 and 9, right?
that's correct.
What are 8 and 9?
Possible hairs and or fibers.
And where does this lead to, this entrance? The one with the carpet, where does that go to?
The carpet is the master bedroom. That's a view leading into the hallway leading to the master bathroom.
And these are, for lack of a better term, these are the patterns or the staining that was there in June when you were out there at the scene, right?
Yes.
Take a look at exhibit 130.
It was just for you. What do you teach?
What is this right here?
That is the entry to the master bedroom closet.
And do you know what this is down here?
Those were sandals, flip-flop type sandals that were collected.
And then as we look here, this door up here, what is that?
Welcome.
That is the door to the linen closet that's inside of the master bathroom.
This You see this down here, this trim down at the bottom?
Yes, I do.
What is just to the right of that? What is to the right of that?
That's the master bedroom door
That leads to the outside?
to the loft in the upstairs, correct?
Good for you. That's awesome.
Exhibit 131. What are we looking at there?
That is red staining that was on the carpet in the master bedroom.
Is that a close-up of it?
Yes, it is. A closer view of it.
Okay. Exhibit 132. First of all, what wall are we looking at there?
That is the east wall.
And these are, for example, the patterns that were there when you were out there in June of 2008, correct?
Yes, they are.
Yes. Thank you, Indy Cindy.
Exhibit 133. What do we see here?
That is a different vantage point of some of the red staining that was on the east wall of the hallway.
Let's take a look at Exhibit 134. What is this area here? What is this? Where does that lead to?
That is the hallway that leads to the master bathroom.
And this door leads where?
That is the master bedroom door. You're seeing a view of it from inside the master bedroom looking out.
And this lock that's on this door, can you describe the locking mechanism from the inside for me?
Yes, it is a flat piece of metal that is turned.
So can it lock from the inside?
Yes.
Do you need a key to lock it from the inside?
No, you don't.
Do you need a key to get into it from the outside?
Yes.
Exhibit number 135 is showing us what?
That is a view of a stain that was identified as 9.
And exhibit 136 is what?
That is a close-up of that stain identified as 9.
Let's take a look at exhibit 138. See that?
I do?
First of all, I want to start with the door over here. You see that right there?
Yes.
In the previous photograph, we saw it and it was white. What's all this dirty black stuff on it?
That is latent processing powder, fingerprint powder.
Thank you.
And then if we look to the left of this photograph, first of all, what wall is that?
Thanks for being here.
That is the west wall.
And we see all this black stuff also on there. What is that?
That is also processing powder.
And who put that processing powder on there? Or were you there when that was put on there?
Yes.
In terms of processing the scene, you told us that, well, you first take overalls without placards, right?
Yes,
Then you told us placards are put down and then you take photographs, right?
that's correct.
In terms of when the black powder is applied, when does that come in this process? Is it before any photographs are taken, after the placards are taken? How does that work?
Typically, latent processing will occur after overall and evidentiary photos of items marked with placards are taken. There are times where we may identify items to be collected later on after we've already begun processing, but typically processing will be done after photographs have been taken and the evidence items have been collected.
Why is that?
Processing for latent prints can be a very messy process.
And would it then
We're almost
affect
done.
other items that may be there? Is that if you do it first?
It could, yes.
Exhibit number 137. What do we see there?
That is a view of the hallway leading to the master bathroom.
And does it show us the messiness on the right there?
Yes, it does.
Exhibit 139. What are we looking at there?
That is a view of the west wall in that hallway bathroom the bathroom hallway, pardon me,
But somebody
and
can
there is
correct me if I'm wrong.
a section of the wall that has a square drawn around it.
Is that this
They
right
did
here?
not want to be
Yes.
on her team.
And why
at
is
all.
that significant?
Yes, they didn't want to be on her team at all.
Contained within that drawn square is a latent palm impression that was developed on the wall.
Take a look at Exhibit 239. You recognize it?
Is that the piece of the wall? Looks like it.
Yes, I do.
What is it?
This is the piece of wall that was cut out and collected as item number 77 LB,
And this is what we're looking at in this photograph.
while it's still in the wall, yes.
I move for the admission of Exhibit 239.
Any objection?
None, Your Honor.
239 is admitted.
Hey, we did it. We did it, everybody. We did it. Ignore my background. We did it. Y'all made it. It is 1 minute to 1. We've been doing this for just over 4 hours. And if you were with Brandi today for the 10.5, wow. Good on you. Marathon. Why didn't they bring the whole house in? I don't know. It's a good question. They could have. I don't that courthouse, the courtroom is not that large. It's tall. It looks tall. Yes. It looks tall, but it doesn't look ginormous, like deep. It doesn't look deep. I think it only looked like it had like 4 rows of gallery on either side. So, yeah. Anyways, we listen, Brandi is going to be back tomorrow, sometime between probably 8 and 8:40. Keep an eye on that. We'll be continuing with day 2 of the Travis Rudolph. See, I told you I wasn't going to forget it. Travis? Am I messing that up? Am I messing that up? Hold on. Wait a second. Wait a second. Did I mess the first one up? The first name? Oh, yeah, no. Travis. Travis Rudolph. I was right. Travis Rudolph trial. That'll be tomorrow morning, sometime between 8 and 8:40. And if Brandi starts a little late and court starts at 8, we'll start it at 1.25 and we'll catch up because they're going to take breaks and have sidebars and stuff like that. So I'm so glad. Please come back tomorrow morning is Brandi, and then Monday, Wednesday, Friday per usual. Thank you, Trandolph Ravis. We've all hit the sleepy ha-has. And then Monday, Wednesday, Friday is Night Court, and so obviously we're continuing Jodi Arias. And not this Sunday, but next Sunday, because now it's every other Sunday. We always do our WTF show. And so, sorry. Yes, the trial does start at 8 Eastern. In the spirit of sanity, Brandi might be a little bit late. However, that being said, we would be able to speed it up a bit and catch up pretty quickly. So you will not be behind for very, very long. Yeah, Night Court we do have a little bit of everything. That list alone is a little worrisome, but that being said, this is exactly how I wanted chat for Night Court to go. And so I thank you all. For helping that happen. I thank the mods, all of them, for doing a great job tonight and always. They're fantastic. I can't say enough great things about them. Brandi and I are humbled by the fact that they are willing to just be a part of this, and just the fact that they believe in us, and the show, and it's just amazing. I think I think Mrs. Brew Crime is probably tired of hearing how much I brag about them and how crazy just this whole thing is. But we couldn't do it without you all. So you know what? Thank you so much. We are not going to stretch this out any longer. I appreciate you showing up for jury duty, especially for night court. And I know we've seen a lot of rough pictures and talked about a lot of different difficult things, but I always like to think about Mr. Rogers when he says, look for the helpers. I consider you all my helpers to get through these tough things. And hopefully that's mutual. I appreciate you. So take care of yourselves and take care of your family and friends. And don't forget to smile. You all have a great night. See you tomorrow morning for day court.